protect our bodies from injury. Bowlstream TV is here. Emil is the best in the biz. You guys hear him on the PWBA tour. He's here today. Give it up for Emil. Thank you for being here with us. PBA Junior. Who is a PBA Junior member? If you are, you get points for just showing up today. So that's cool. Magnum Bowling Products, they give an immortalizer bag for the raffle. That prolongs the life of your bowling ball. Dexter Bowling is offering a pair of shoes of choice in our raffle. So don't forget to get into the raffle. We are still offering naming rights for next year. If you know a company that might be interested in naming a tournament after them, that would be a fun thing to do. The White Sox game was last weekend. It was last Sunday. It was so much fun. Thanks to everybody that came out to hang out away from the lanes. It was fun seeing Nehemiah Kiefer, Kennedy Spears, and Leah Basevic on the field. They threw out the first pitch, presented the game card, and dropped the game ball on the mound. What a cool opportunity for bowling and our tour. Today's raffle, we're going to have a Storm ball of choice, a Dexter shoe of choice, an immortalizer, Storm and Turbo goodies, EYT merchandise. You got to be in it to win it. It is all digital, so we'll have probably Steven and Joanne coming around showing you the QR code to get into it, but we still will take your cash, so don't worry about that. Big thanks to my team. Our tournament director is Corbin Sadowski. He is the man now on the lead tour, so all complaints can go to him. Just kidding. There's no complaints here. We've got in supporting roles Joanne and Steven. Aretha is at the merchandise table. We have Nora that's here preserving the history of our tour with her camera. Emil is on the live stream, as you know, and Amanda is responsible for making sure that your money is in your Smart account. She's not here today, but she's important. And of course, huge big thanks to Arena Lanes. Give it up for them and their whole team. We appreciate you. It always feels like family when we're here. Okay, so next month is a new season. And it's going to start with the Storm Elite Challenge on August 16th. Storm sponsoring it. Leanne Hulsenberg is going to be here from Storm. So I thought it'd be really cool if anybody is bowling that event, if you brought a thank you card so that we can kind of present it to her. So if you can remember, I'll send out a reminder too, but if you just get a little card, you don't even have to buy it, you can make it. Make her a little card, drop it off when you check in, and we'll present it all together. That would be really cool. We are changing our divisions to mirror the Junior Gold divisions because I think that's probably the simplest thing to do. That starts next month, but today starts the new divisions for Junior Gold in this event. Also, we have a Teen Masters champion. Give it up for Lucas Drisdell. Step onto the approach. Let us applaud you. Big, huge national event. Well done. Congratulations. Way to represent at the Teen Masters. He's sporting his jersey. I don't blame you. That was really cool. We were all rooting for you. Congrats. Who's going to Junior Gold? Raise your hand. A lot of you guys are going to Junior Gold. And we're going to have a booth at the registration day. So please come and see me. Come by. I would love to say hi. I will have a good luck token just for my Elite Youth Tour bowlers. And who needs, who doesn't need a little magic? So don't forget to come and say hi. Also, if you love talking to people and you love the Elite Youth Tour, sign up to hang out in the booth with me. There is opportunity for you if you need volunteer hours or you just want to hang out. I would love to have your help. Let me know and I can sign you up today for a time. If you look at your schedule that day in between your practice times and when you pick up your credentials, I'd love to have you, even if it's just for an hour, to help me pass out flyers for Battle Royale and our next year's flyers for the schedule. Also, the Monday and Wednesday of Junior Gold, which is next week, which is crazy, I'm hosting something called Mental Game and Milkshakes. It's just going to be a fun hangout where it's 2 hours. We're going to talk about your mental game, things that you can implement right away for the week, and we're going to drink milkshakes. So it's going to be super fun, super limited, though. I'm only going to have space for 30 bowlers each day, Monday and Wednesday. It's 3:30 to 5:30, so just check your schedule. If you want a ticket today, I have some tickets. It's $49, your milkshake's included, and I hope that you guys sign up because I really built it for my Elite Youth Tour community. So before I advertise it at Junior Gold, I'd love to fill it with you guys. All right. We are using Volmetrics. So if you go to volmetrics.com, there's a tab for your division. Also, the cut line, there's a tab that you can select cut line and it will show how many we're taking. The format is in our tournament room. You can go and check out the format for today. We're bowling 6 games. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. Yeah. How many are we skipping? Corbin. I'm missing a page of my notes, so who's on it? Steven, how many are we skipping?
1 pair.
1 pair. Because there's so many of you guys. We're going to skip 1 pair. How many pairs? Yeah, 1 pair. Don't forget to write your score down on those yellow sheets. That's where we're coming by. We're going to be entering them from there. If you don't write down your score and another person does, that's so nice. But you have to make sure it's still right. It is your responsibility to make sure your scores are accurate. Also, if at the end of the day, and it's the last game, and you know you're not going to make the cut, you still have to write your score down. If you don't, because this has been a problem, if you don't write your score down, we're going to fine you $25. That's going to go into a scholarship pool. Because we need to close it out on Volmetrics, and we need everybody's score. So since I've made this announcement, we've not had one person not do it. So please just remember, even if it was a hard day, make sure your score's on that yellow sheet. We have some champions jerseys to present. Macy Jones from your youth adult win. Congratulations. Savvy, we have a jersey for you. Olivia Mitiasek, congratulations. Here's your jersey. I love this color choice. Make sure you get a picture with Nora. Max Chumberg, got your youth. He's not here? Is he here? Yeah, you're here. Josh Sachs, you got your jersey. Congratulations. All right, and I'm going to invite Phil up. Phil and Amy. Both of them are going to sing us the national anthem. Thank you for being here to do this. I don't know what I'm going to do without you because Luke's going off to college, and that's so. Is this the last EYT for Luke? Is this the last EYT for anyone else? I'm not going to think about it because it makes me really sad. Luke bowled this since he was in the U12 division, so it's been an honor watching your growth and all of your growth here on the Youth Tour. But come back and see us, okay? Don't forget about us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still
mention, you guys could have been anywhere in the world this weekend, this Sunday, and you chose to be here with us, so I thank you. Also, good luck at Junior Gold. I have a feeling we're going to have some Junior Gold champions coming from the Elite Tour. We're cheering you guys on. You're going to be great. Good luck today.
I know.
might see it next week. So it's gonna get you prepared. Make your spares. It looks like we're going to have junior gold qualifier in all the divisions. Corbin is finalizing the list right now for you to come and pay for that. So, yeah, you can start kind of coming by in the first 5 frames of this game to settle up with Corbin for that junior gold. Rollers on lane 7 and 8, if you could just hold up, 7 and 8.
14, your order is ready. Ticket number 14, your order is ready.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Arena Lanes here in Oak Lawn, Illinois. It's just outside of Chicago, literally a few minutes drive, and you're back in the city limits. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. The Elite Stream, it's the Dexter Elite Open. The title sponsor of today's event is Dexter Bowling. Of course, they are a proud sponsor of the Elite Youth Tour. So thank you to Dexter for putting the additional title sponsorship on this wonderful event here. I think it's the third year in a row we have been now at Arena Lanes. Gracious host. We thank everyone here. Great facility has been in this area and in this location actually for multiple decades, and they are the home of multiple high school bowling teams as well. Brother Rice, Evergreen Park, St. Lawrence, Richards, to name a few. Also the home of St. Xavier University and their collegiate bowling program as well. Today's pattern, folks, it's tough. 50 feet of greatness, if you will. 50 feet of greatness. So it's the also the final junior gold tune-up. Our president, Riley Smith, who chooses the lane conditions, of course, is not here today to answer all of the looming questions about the pattern, how to play it, etc. Hope Riley and Megan are well. But 50 feet, the number certainly is daunting. And obviously you get a lot of young athletes at this age who are used to kind of seeing their ball hook. That just won't be the case too much today, but ball speed will be very important. Keeping it slow and steady, if you will certainly win the race more often than not throughout our 6 games of qualifying. The good news is, if you're a bowler, this is how I would approach it. If I can get through the first half of the qualifying block in a decent position, there should be, and keyword being should, there should be a little bit of shape and a little bit of friction as the lanes continue to transition and ultimately break down. You'll have something to throw to. Question is, of course, as you move pair to pair, which lanes, spare there, which lanes will have some of those defined options to hook at. Seen a lot of different bowling balls going down the lane. Today would be the day to use some surface, though. I watched Aiden Lee, who started on 23 and 24. Slower ball speed using a what I would call certainly a strong bowling ball. Looks like maybe a gem in his hand. And he's able to, he's not hooking the lane by any stretch, but he does have some level of angle to allow his bowling ball to try to shape. And Zabelka was trying to do a little bit of the same thing, but if you do get it right early, especially as a righty, the likelihood of leaving something that you don't like or is difficult to make will be very, very high today. But we are about challenges here on the Elite U Tour. Speaking of Aiden, here he is right now. Made a nice run last week at the June event in Arlington Heights. Went +1. Went +1. I believe he qualified 8th or 9th. He was concerned he was going to miss the cut. Ended up advancing. And made a run all the way to the runner-up spot. Brett Biondo also on that pair. It's a good group. Ben Medina. Mr. Hauser there. So Andrew, he also competed last week in Arlington Heights. Then we got our U12, a good mix of U12 bowlers on 21 and 22. The other division, or I'm sorry, the other pair with U12 bowlers just next door on 19 and 20. Total in U12 today. We've got, I believe, let's see, we'll be taking 4 in the U12 boys and then the top 2 to the finals today in the U12 girls division. It'll be a straight to the point championship match with 2 to the finals. Again, 4 for the U12 boys. U15 girls gets 5 to the finals today. U15 boys gets 8. U18 girls gets 5. U18 boys gets 10. And U23 will take the top 5. Hello to John at Stanford, rooting on Mason Weber in his first singles event. We do have a lot of first-timers today. Hopefully Andrew is all right. He will take a moment, as he should. I'm sure he is feeling okay. I was looking at the division, so I did not see exactly how it happened or what happened. But I know he did not let go of the bowling ball, which was clutch because he did not foul. If you go over the line but do not release the bowling ball, it is not a foul by USBC rule. Or right now, perhaps maybe mom to our right or to his right, kind of checking in on him, making sure he's okay. Hello to Brandy Hobson. If you're joining us late, it's game 1. Thanks to Deandra Asbetti, of course, the founders of the Elite Youth Tour. Our staff today, Aretha at merchandise. We've got Steve doing a little bit of everything. Juwan and Corbin have handled check-in today. Coach Corbin has moved into the role of tournament director, as our wonderful Rochelle Blake has some additional opportunities that are now on her plate. So her time is now shared in multiple directions. So she will be here when she can from the month-to-month perspective, but she's still checking in and making sure all things are good. The GOAT photographer, Nora Russell, is in the building. Oh, nicely done there. How about that from young Branson? Nicely done.
U12 boys.
2, 4, 8, 10.
U14 boys, one more. U18 girls. Today would be a good day to get qualified. But if you did opt in and you said yes, please still come because there is an opportunity if there's 3 to still have the qualifier. So come and see Corbin.
If you haven't already, always important to share. Also, for the second month, and in this case, second consecutive week, it's rare that we have back-to-back events in regards to weeks, back-to-back weeks. But we are streaming to the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel. The Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel. Very important to subscribe there if you have not already. Of course, subscribing to the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel is free. A lot of videos and content there. In fact, most recently, some good content from the EYT day at the White Sox game last week. That actually was last Sunday. Wow. A lot of things have happened in a 7-day span here, or 8-day span. And, of course, we'll be starting to add additional live streams to the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel as well. So, again, keep that in mind. Please subscribe if you have not. Go ahead and drop that link for you in the Facebook chat. And if you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and let me know. I gave a good morning from our EYT, of course, YT account. I never like to assume people can hear me, but I know they can hear me on Facebook. I'm assuming everyone can hear us on YouTube as well. Mentioned it's the final tune-up for Junior Gold, and that simply means time for all of these players who put in a lot of hard work over the last year, essentially since last July when Junior Gold completed in 2024. Shot there by Jersey Asbeatty. She's going to be competing at Junior Gold this year. So a lot of tournaments, a lot of practices, a lot of sacrifices that have been made since then. And now trying to put it all together, have a really good week at Junior Gold. If you follow bowling at any point really on social media, nice shot there by Layla Garcia, whose mom just got a very good video of young Layla striking. It's always nice when the parents get the cameras out at the perfect point, right? Because as someone who has worked in bowling for a very long time, whenever the camera comes out, it's less than 50-50, at least for me. Of course, I'm used to working with professionals in the sense, but even then, they don't often strike when the camera is on. All right, Aiden takes care of that 4-pin. We've got a front 6 on 25 and 26. We'll keep that in mind. Patty Creighton-Pauth and Carolina Quigley. Let's go JJ Quigley. I learned a little bit about JJ. This will be his home center for hopefully the next 4 years of his life. I mentioned St. Xavier does practice here, and sounds like JJ is headed to school here and shoot just next month. Well, if you're a parent like me, it depends, right? Because I really enjoy seeing my kids on a day-to-day basis. But there are a couple of days where you go, well, you guys got a lot of energy. Sounds like you should be at school. Let's see who's got the front 6 next door on 25 and 26. That's some decent scores over there, too. Looks like it's Zach Rothus. His brother, JT, had a great morning. Great qualifying block, actually, last week. at the Arlington Heights event. Oof, 9-pin goals for Biondo. Take a quick look at Mr. Grothus. And see, just like that, I go over to him and I black cloud him. Good scores brewing on 23 and 24, and also looks like Andrew is, at least at the moment, is doing okay. Quick shout out to our Special Olympics athletes that are competing alongside our Elite U Tour bowlers here today at Arena Lanes. They are on 1 through 4. They are having essentially a separate tournament. I believe this is definitely year 2, maybe year 3 that Special Olympics has been or have shared the lanes essentially with the Elite U Tour at least one event per season. Emily Schmidt here again this week. Last week she finished second to Caitlin Stahl, the Minnesota wonderful group. It's another great state of youth bowlers, and I'm sure Minnesota will be well represented again at Junior Gold this year, including players like Emily. So on a 50-foot lane pattern, let's put it up on the screen actually so people can kind of get the exact idea of what players are bowling on here today. All right, so there's the pattern. Okay, so it's 50 feet. I do think the graph or the shape is important just to look at. It's 2.64 to 1. So there's a level of buff that goes all the way to 50 feet. And so you see some players, some kind of by accident, right, not trying to miss right. I do think some certainly try to see how far right they could go to try to find a little bit of friction or left in that regard. And 50 feet obviously just won't provide you a ton, but the higher concentration certainly, as you can see, is in the middle part of that lane. But if you want to play there, you can kind of play the hold, if you will, and the rule of 31 would suggest you be around 4th arrow. Of course, that would be difficult to do. Try to get to 19 and, of course, then your ball to the proper entry angle. So I would say if you're going to be in the middle part of the lane, I think 15 would be your gutter, meaning you wouldn't want to get it past 15, especially at the break point. Again, kind of what Aiden Lee is doing. He's been a good example. So is Brett Biondo as well. Now, I think Brett is slightly further right, again, down lane. But ball speed, ball choice, rev rate, all of those things can counteract. Great shot. It's great to get a good start on this, I can tell you that. I do think the scores will improve as the block goes on. The players will just be a bit more comfortable, a little bit more understanding of what to do, what to expect. Pair-to-pair will certainly be challenging today. I even saw a little bit of urethane throughout the building. This is good for young athletes, and what I mean by that really is, you know, this kind of forces you to keep your angles somewhat close or at least in front of you, because you just can't throw it right or left and anticipate your ball to hook. There's going to be some balls going in the channel. Very nice 215, by the way, next door. I believe that was Nehemiah Kiefer. He threw out the first pitch at last week's White Sox game. But we'll help the kids keep the angles in front today, which there will be a pattern at junior goal. And this is a junior goal pattern, by the way, folks, from last year. So very important to keep that in mind. It is a pattern from junior goal last year. But your angles will have to be straighter through the front part of the lane at some point at junior goal, no matter what. Always happens. So in that respect, it is a fantastic tune-up. First open there for Brett. I believe Brett was also on the Team Illinois Cup squad that represented the state, the Lake Michigan Cup last weekend. Teams from Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And Illinois, I believe, finished second. Little bit different than what we used to do back in my day, quote unquote, but similar premise. There was a junior team Illinois, and there were a couple, of course, junior teams in the same states that would essentially have a battle, and there was no cup on the line at the time, but there was something on the line. It's okay, get 9 on this, won't be too bad.
That's your throw right there.
236, 212 over on 25 and 26. Again, bottom right of your screen as well, the picture in picture. I think one of the cool things about having Jersey competing in the U12 division, the same thing with Madden, when Madden Asbetti, Jersey's brother, and Deandra Sun was competing in the division. Obviously, Dee will come down just like she just was watching Jersey, but also watching that entire division and being a little bit of a comforting presence. Nice one from Caden. Branson Jones with the spare of the day so far. He picked up the 2.4810. Oh, I like what Brendan did there. So I talked about being able to play right, but not throwing it right. And by the shape of the pattern, it suggests that you could play right, but you'd have to be straight through the front part of the lane. And that was a pretty good shot there by Brendan. Nice job by Layla Garcia, 144. Nice little double in that as well. One player to keep an eye on already in the U12 girls division. All right, Aiden Lee puts him in the 2 teens. Let me get you the bowl metrics link as well. Let's drop that in the chat. This will be pinned, so each time or each game, of course, we will update the scores in real time. Ball change on the fill. It's a pretty good game overall, too. So you saw about 3 different ways to play this pattern on 23 and 24. Aiden was slightly further left than Brett. And then, of course, at the end, you saw Brendan Zabelka go right up the gut, if you will, about 5-6-ish. With that said, game 2 is coming up next. Players are skipping 1 pair. There are 5 pairs of lanes with 7 players on a pair. We've got 100 and I think the final number was 105 bowlers competing here today. 105. I don't know what our record is for largest number of attendees at an Elite Youth Tour event, boy, but 105, as you know, is certainly strong. Game 2 is coming up next. As we wait, certainly want to let you know, big thanks to all of our sponsors. Fast Track Physio, Storm. Storm has been a sponsor since the very beginning. H5G, they've got some great stuff in regards to apparel. Dexter, of course, #1 bowling shoe in the land. And the title sponsor for today's event, Turbo, Gail Volschel. Thank you to all of the sponsors. And if you know someone who is intrigued, interested in sponsoring or becoming a sponsor, or even donating to the Elite Youth Tour, please send a note to Deandra. All right, looks like 23 and 24 is about ready. And it'll be Nehemiah Kiefer. He's playing him a little further right. Yeah, you don't want to give away the head pin today. Nice. Messenger. Wait, he's sending messages already? Young Nolan. Lucas Drisdale is competing here today. Lucas took home the U15 Teen Masters title. Congrats to Lucas. Also helped his high school team Lane Tech to a city championship earlier this year. And then a very nice state finals finish in Illinois as well.
Ticket number 17.
So again, important to note there are a few players, or pairs I should say, that have 7 bowlers. All right, so one of those is 17 and 18, so they're going to be joining us shortly on 21 and 22. They are finishing up. And some good tallies, actually. Ridgely Potter Jr., who has bowled a few EYTs. Speaking of junior gold prep. Ridgely's had some really good performances in the past at junior gold. New divisions officially beginning next month. So it'll be U12, U14, U16, U18. Keenan Franklin. Sending out a nice little let's go to Devin. If you haven't already, folks, too, appreciate it. We would appreciate it if you share. Share the live streams, of course, on Facebook and YouTube. Again, if you have not subscribed to the free EYT YouTube channel, please do that as well. Young Tristan. Always enjoy watching Tristan bowl. I like the tiger or lion. Looks like a tiger on his jersey. I can get with that. Got a little bit of a little Coming to America vibe. For those of you who've seen that movie, you know what I'm talking about. King Jafar with the tiger-esque on the coat. Nolan, solid job here thus far. All right, our group of 7 is here. Jonas Przybylski, Liam Rolick, we got Kennedy Spears, Lucas Drisdale. Again, Mason Weber. Charlie Jones. Macy Jones rolling on 21 and 22. Macy just came back from Junior Team USA camp. Looks like Sebi Vetter also on this pair, as well as Ridgely Potter Jr. I had Rich Blake join me last week in the finals in Arlington Heights. Lived about 5 minutes or so from there. Had some time and came up to hang out. We were talking about Nehemiah and just kind of, you know, you can see what the next step is for Nehemiah. Last week we were talking about lane play, and he was just on a pair of lanes where he needed to make probably a big jump left. Nice shot by Macy Jones. She continues to essentially redefine, or not redefine, I should say, refine the game. Her game in particular. Her physical game to me has always been, I think, one of her best attributes, because she doesn't do much with the bowling ball. That's certainly all you're looking for. I mentioned just coming back from Junior Team USA camp, and typically speaking, right, you get a couple of additional tools or something to kind of sharpen up, or you know, you're working on something, of course, prior to Junior Gold. So I'd anticipate her to be pretty sharp today. Nice shot by Wilms. Young Trisden. Charlie nearly bowled on the wrong lane. You know, when people almost bowl in the wrong lane, I feel like they almost strike just about every time when they move right or to the correct lane. That was almost a strike. I'm going to count it. Mike in the building. Let's go, Zane. I haven't seen Zane in a while, so I'm looking forward to seeing him once he might be on over on 25 to 28. Speaking of that group, we've got a front four over on 27 and 28. It's a group that came from 23 and 24, so that was a good pair to keep an eye on, and we will do that. Of course, you can watch them bottom right of your screen. Try to enlarge that just a little bit. This one's a little bit of a challenge, certainly for everybody, but Nehemiah, who's one of his great attributes is his ball speed. He's able to throw it hard, and so he's got to back it down just a little bit, which can be difficult. And it's difficult both ways from the standpoint of if you naturally throw it hard and you try to throw it slower, that's a challenge. If you naturally throw it slower and you try to throw it harder, that can be a bit of a challenge too. Good one there for Seb. Same thing for Charlie. This is a bit of a home game, I think, for Sebi. Lives in the area. I think he's got some additional family and friends cheering him on currently. Made a ball change. If he can back it down about one half of a mile per hour, it should be, I think he'll be able to consistently get to the 1-3. All right, so I see Zane now over on 19 and 20. There's our guy. If anybody has any questions about upcoming schedule, events, the next event is in August. Taking a look around the building, and we're going to be some lower scores. Okay, young Ryan. And the players with the slower ball speed right in our U12 division starting to find a little bit of success. Mentioned our Special Olympics players on 1 through 4 competing essentially alongside of our Elite Youth Tour competitors here this month. Oh, come on, 5. You guys wouldn't mind to let me know who's watching and where you're watching from and your favorite bowler today. You can do that both on our Facebook, YouTube, or I'm sorry, Facebook stream and our YouTube stream. I would love to know who you're rooting for today. So I can also keep an eye out. So when those players do reach our featured pairs and our camera range areas. Nehemiah Kiefer did shoot 215 in game 1. Ranson Jones had 186. Nolan Randisi 170. A couple of early scores in the U12 boys and U12 girls. Emily Schmidt led the way with 165. And U15 boys, Dawson Cole shot 245. Easton Taylor 212. Miklo Bloom, excuse me. I'll make sure that's the proper way to say that. And Sean Pendervey Jr. 211. Kennedy Spears 197. Zach Grothus 252. Tyler Williams 248. Mats Thunberg 245. The U18 boys division not surprisingly higher scoring. That's generally a group that is seasoned, seen patterns like this, and to some degree, some of them probably won a bowl on longer patterns, that is. U18 girls, Sarah Doty, who won last week's event in Arlington Heights. She shot 203 to lead U18 girls. In the U23 division, Jaden Kennedy, 245 out the gates. A possible 277 game from Ben Medina. So the pacing is going to be slightly off every game. Again, there are 5 pairs with 7 bowlers. This will be one of those pairs on 21 and 22. Trisden's ball speed, I think, will help him get to a good spot in the finals today. It's just my opinion. I think he'll make the top 4. I think Nehemiah, as the block continues on, and there'll be a little bit more hook and something to throw it at, his look will gradually get better and better. Douglas rooting for James. Thank you, Douglas. Appreciate you. Stacy's rooting for Mason. Melissa Hopkins. Rooting for Leah. We talked about Leah last week, right, Melissa? And she did make the finals last week. And then Charlie, of course, right here on 23 and 24. I haven't seen Leah yet. That's a good shot. That's it is very easy to get frustrated when a 7-pin doesn't go on a good shot like that from Ridgely Potter. And I totally understand it. But this is the pattern where you have to exercise the highest level of patience that you can exercise. Now, even more impressive that he can hook at that 7-pin and make it on a 50-foot pattern. But yeah, you keep throwing shots like that, Ridgely, those will eventually carry. But in real time, of course, in the moment, when you keep throwing good shots and, of course, the carry doesn't go for you, it's easy to get frustrated. Excellent, Melissa. Well, thank you. I'm glad she had a great time. All events typically are much like she experienced. It's going to be a difficult pattern. You know, some can play a little bit harder than others, but obviously that's bowling. Nice shot by Kiefer. But the important thing is not necessarily about the lane pattern and all that stuff, but the experience itself. Generally, the community of young players are really good, as well as the parents. And obviously our staff able to answer whatever questions one might have in the best possible way. And then if someone else can't answer it, we will find someone who can answer it, which generally is Dee, Rochelle, or Corbin. Macy Jones headed to Vanderbilt University, but not this year. She's got her senior year of high school to finish up. And she'll be entering college as a freshman in the 26-27 year. Angela rooting for Nehemiah and Kennedy. Mrs. Weems is in the building. I saw Joss, of course, Miss Sharon, you know, he was first to be here today. Last week it was, I can't think of let me find his name. His last name is Freeberg. Of course, Josh didn't bowl last week, so that's probably the only reason why he wasn't first. Justin Freeberg was first last week. He was second today, but not by much. He walked in not too long after Josh did. I got to remember, and I don't even know if Miss Sharon is in the building. She might be. If she isn't, though, I do have to remember that some of our young athletes, you know, they do age and they get older and they age out and all that stuff, which means that they also know how to drive. So it still shocks me that some of our players drive themselves now to certain events. See, Joe, we got a lot of love for Mason today. We make sure we get Mason's last name. Mason Weber, if it's the same Mason that everyone's looking for. Yeah, I love his jersey too. Rolling with the rubber duckies. His mom, I don't know if that's his mom, so I don't want to assume. At least someone that could be mom. Also with the rubber duck on her shirt, which is pretty cool. Jeff Lyle is watching on YouTube. Jessica Underhill watching on YouTube, also rooting for young Charlie Jones. Ben Medina, by the way, looks like he might have the highest game of the day thus far. He's going to be in the 250s. Just a quick look at Ben here. He's on the right of your screen.
Ticket numbers 25 and 28.
Nicely done. That was full screen, but you watch Ben at the bottom of your screen. Nice work. Well, you're starting to find a little bit of success. Again, those who like to play in are figuring out the right angles and shapes that they need to be to do that. I feel like Sebi's trying to get there too, but he might have to bump left. That was a good shot. Might be like a parallel left move for Sebs. There's Mason with a strike. Dresden's going to be a force in the future. That sounded very Star Wars-like, but the Bloomington, Illinois area, I always remember bowling a few youth tournaments there back in the day. A lot of them were state-related, like Illinois State, something or the other. Maybe Coca-Cola, which was the Coca-Cola tournament back in the day, which is now Pepsi, but that recently changed to, I forgot the new name for the Pepsi Championships. I was talking about the junior team Illinois competitions back in the day, or qualifying, I should say, for that team. I feel like we had those in Bloomington, or at least once. I could be wrong. Nice shot by Kennedy. Pheasant Lanes comes to mind to the Hopkins family. Is Pheasant still in Bloomington? Does that sound right? I'm not making that up, right? I'm almost 1,000% up old. A couple times at Pheasant Lanes. My memory is still decent. Once you have kids, it gets weary. That's where I am in life. Well, Charlie has performed admirably.
Numbers 28 and 31. Your orders are ready. 28 and 31.
All right, it's good to know I'm not wrong. We definitely had Junior Team USA, or I'm sorry, Junior Team Illinois qualifying there at least 1 year. Don't know if it was 04, 05, maybe even 06, or it could have been all of the years. Wow. AC in the wrap 10 zone. just talked to Charlie's mom, in fact. And Charlie is 12, so by that retrospect, he'll be moving into the U14 division. But this was just his second event, so same thing as we talked about with Leah. Thank you all for supporting Charlie and Leah. They're going to move, or Charlie's moving down to 27 and 28. So you'll still be able to see him. He will be in camera range. And if I remember correctly, I'll try to go full screen over there a couple times that game to check in on him. But bottom right of your screen, picture in picture, as well, you'll be able to keep an eye on Charlie. As we watch now, the finale here, 21 and 22. If you are listening or watching the Elite stream for the first time, again, my name is Emil Williams Jr., owner and operator of Bowlstream TV. That's a YouTube channel. Live stream a lot of bowling tournaments throughout the year, or at least as many as I can. I also spend a lot of time on the Professional Women's Bowling Association for Bowl TV, and I will actually be moving, or I'm sorry, not moving, heading to Green Bay tomorrow for the PWBA Anniversary Open. That event essentially opens up Junior Gold because there will be a live televised finals for that particular event. It'll be at the Resch Center in Green Bay, across the street from Lambeau Field. So if you're going to Junior Gold, you'll be at opening ceremonies. You can watch a live TV show where a PWBA title will be awarded. One day, Macy Jones probably will be in many PWBA Tour finals. Right now, she is struggling getting the 10-pin out. Just got to change the entry angle. That might be a hand position change quick for Macy. So PWBA Anniversary Open, that starts on Tuesday officially at the Ashwaubenon. It goes again through Sunday, which is the finals and, of course, the opening ceremonies for Junior Gold. Then Junior Gold competition officially begins next Monday. There'll be practice sessions, of course, throughout the weekend. The trade show is going down on the 12th. If you are nearby, the trade show is always pretty cool. Get a chance to walk around and watch, or not watch, but meet some of the favorite pros at the respective booths and brands. Elite U Tour always has a booth there as well. Zane is moving over to 23 and 24, so we'll see him. D. Torres rooting for Autumn Strode. Autumn just continues to improve. Dad Ryan has done a great job. Jeff, you're probably referring to Macy. Although it is chilly in the building, so every time she comes back, she is wearing a coat or puts on a jacket. Macy is from southern Illinois. Her and her dad make numerous trips to the Chicagoland area, which is where the Elite U Tour is based. We do travel. Last year, was it last year? Last year we went to Rochester, New York. We were at ABC Gates Lanes, and the good folks and the great staff at Gates was looking to have another youth event, and so we went out there. So if you're curious and say, I'd love to have an EYT event, certainly reach out. The worst we can tell you is no, but it won't be like an intentional no. It will be more of a, no, the scheduling just won't work, more than likely.
Ticket number 31, your order is ready, 31.
I think the furthest we go, and it obviously depends on where one lives. But DeKalb is always on our schedule, Mardi Gras Lanes. My guy Brian does a fantastic job there. It's the home of Landon and Griffin Jordan. I talked about frustration earlier, and I'm sure Macy is in that frustration zone right now. But if you're not sparing him, you don't want to give away the pot, especially late in the game. So if you get out off of this pair with a 190, she's going to be okay with that. This is where the fill ball is extremely important. Macy's release is a little bit cleaner. I told you she just came back from Junior Team USA camp, and I'm not saying that that's the reason. I haven't seen Macy in several months. But to me, she is even cleaner at the bottom, which is really scary, folks. That is scary for the junior gold competition. Patrick Johnson, who I was hoping to see today. But I heard Pat's name a lot this morning, just from other employees for various things, and he didn't get in any trouble. There was one employee, he was out buffering and making sure they were, the approaches were in pristine condition. But it felt like, based on what I was hearing, that maybe he just got a haircut, and so he kept taking off his hat and saying, now he looks like Pat. Kennedy, again, more reasons to, again, understandably frustrated because she's left a 5.7, a couple of 10 pins, and now, of course, the dreaded 4 or 5. But good thing it's on the second shot, so she'll be in the 180s. But all in all, that's a really good game. It's a quality game. Oh, good. Pat will be here. Pat and I go way back to a bowling center that unfortunately no longer exists, but it's where we both put in a lot of time. Him more than me overall. Great spare. Well, that's how you make a 4 or 5. Also, shout out to my aunt. Someone's rooting for me, actually. This is great. Thanks, TT. I appreciate that. You don't often see Ridgely struggle. He's a pretty skilled player. So I'll be try to keep an eye on him when he moves over to 25 and 26. 222. Fantastic game.
Ticket number 32, your order is ready. Ticket number 32.
(27-28) off and running. Mentioned Lucas Drisdale. He's over on 23 and 24. Lucas making the city proud in more ways than one. Part of the city champion Lane Tech champions squad, no pun intended. Let him help lead them to a fantastic state finish. I believe they finished 4th. And then coming off a 15 and under win at the Teen Masters. That's a way to celebrate your 15th birthday. Sebi finally figuring out a way to get a little carry. He'd be on the 190s with that entry angle together. Missed a couple of single pins. Other than that, of course, game wasn't too bad. All right, we're moving to game 3. Michael Caldwell, Zane Shaughnessy, Lucas Drisdale. Just a few players on 23 and 24 as we will welcome a new group now to 21 and 22. Real-time standings courtesy of Bowl Metrics. Our Special Olympics group down there having a wonderful time. You never know where you're going to meet bowlers. And I bring that up talking about the Special Olympics room. When I was in Cleveland in May for the Summer Classic Series, it was at Yorktown Lanes in Parma Heights, Ohio, just a handful of minutes outside of Cleveland. I went to a Cleveland Guardians baseball game where I met 2 bowlers. Just out of the blue, did not know them. The first actually essentially gave us an elevated seating experience. You know, we just grabbed a couple of tickets just to get into the park, enjoy a little baseball, walk around. But as it turned out, I actually met someone from Ace Mitchell, which is a distributor, who also happens to be a supervisor at Progressive Field. And he recognized a couple of us immediately, which was very interesting. But I appreciated Jason there, that was his name. And as we were walking around, I actually met a vendor. I had on a PWBA hoodie, of course, because that's where I was working at the time. He recognized the logo and stopped to chat for about 5 minutes. But he talked about his Special Olympics moments. And so you never know, A, where you're going to come across a bowler. And then 2, you never know what the experiences were that got them into the sport. Look at young Tyler. Talking about somebody putting on for the city. Tyler has been a very good bowler at Taft High School. Taft had a pretty decent team when I was bowling back in my CPS days. Tyler's on the pair with Dawson Cole, Elizabeth Silcox. Looks like Brian Weigel. Maybe Sarah Doty also on this pair too. Last week's U18 girls champion. It's crazy to watch Zane bowl now. I just remember him being such obviously a shorter young man, right? A young lad, if you will, at the time. And just kind of hopping his way on up to the line, man.
Ticket number 37.
And watching just the physical growth and maturity of these athletes is pretty cool to see. Young James trying to get his first strike here. He's about to step up on 23. Dawson Cole took home a title last week as well. I was gonna say, boy, if that one hooked, then Dawson's got the world. Got himself a fresh haircut. I see you, Dawson. Dad Heath is in the building. Jonas Prisbalinski, by the way, had 222 on 21 and 22. He moves over to 25 and 26, about to throw his first shot. I know we had a couple of first-timers. I think there is an additional one on 23 and 24. I'll need to check the names there on that group. Antoinette Tanghall. I was in the check-in office today when she checked in. I believe it is her first time bowling in the U23 division. Jeff, I missed your question. Yes, we do know what sport pattern we are bowling on today. I'll throw that on the screen for you again. It is last year's I do want to make sure I get the right divisions, but it is a junior gold pattern from last year. $50 feet though, that is not in question. U12 boys and girls and U15 boys and girls bowled on this pattern, one of the advancers patterns, or the advancers pattern. Another good look at it. Excuse me. 50 feet. Trisdale needed that. So as one would imagine on a 50-foot pattern, there's been plenty of play around 15, certainly to 20. Some have tried to play up the boards and trying to keep the angles in front. Those with lower rev rates are just trying to go right at the head pin, right at the pocket, which is certainly okay, going right to left. Some have tried to lower their ball speed to get what it needs to do. Chris Courtney in the building. You could see this also being a PJ special as well. That's an interesting note, John, about Mason Weber, who's moved on to 27 and 28. Madden Asbeatty. DeAndre's son, of course, Jersey's brother, hasn't bowled a ton because he currently, right now, is playing baseball in Indianapolis. Of course, it is baseball summer. It's a great time to be a, this is funny what I'm about to say. It's a great time to be a Chicago baseball fan. If you're a Cubs fan, you've got a legitimate chance not only to win the division, but maybe make a deep run in the postseason. Might be an arm or two away from legit contention. And if you're a White Sox fan like me, you're just happy that you've already won 30 games. Your team has already eclipsed the 30-game win mark. I am saddened, however, at the recent passing of one Bobby Jenks. Good shot there from Dawson Cole. The lanes are starting to open up just enough. Right, where if you're Zane, right, who can utilize the rev rate, his rev rate to his advantage, and get his ball back from places that maybe some others won't be able to do so. That was a good shot from Paul, as you can see the difference right there. That one just kind of stopped and hesitated as it got down lane. Zane able to keep driving. But again, the pair-to-pair is so different, especially on a condition like this where the skill levels vary. A little love on the 5 for Leia Basevic. Jeff. I don't know, man. I'm happy to watch prospects now play baseball, which totally okay. Colson Montgomery's up now. Dawson's got a little bit of swag about him. Probably helps that he's like 6'4" already. Fresh cut. Got his chain hanging out. I like it. And he's good. He's good at both. Pacevic. Just talking about players with lower rev rates, and Leia using something that's now a little bit cleaner with the slower ball speed, because if she's got something that's stronger or with surface, that ball's going to start reading the lane much earlier, and then she's probably going to be through the nose, maybe going Brooklyn, which may not be a worse thing. Grisdale now with 4 in a row. The key is, though, that the misride is still there. If you miss left and your ball starts reading early and it goes Brooklyn, that's a good thing today. You want your misses to be left. Oof. That's a tough one, right? James like, oh, hold off. I might have missed maybe a board left. And then you just leave a devastating 9-pin. Then it's to catch 22 mentally. You get a good break, right? At the end of the day, if you miss and leave a 9-pin, that's makeable. Meanwhile, Dawson Cole, he's already got, he's looking for 2 in a row, 2 titles in a row potentially. Same thing for Sarah Doty. And Doty on cue. Sarah's got a very straight to the point game. She's not going to wow you with rev rate or ball speed, but she is going to wow you with pinpoint accuracy. And what I have seen has been a relatively high striking percentage. She's racked up a ton of titles already. Same thing with Leia Bacevic. I'm hearing a conversation, folks, in the back, and I've got to say this because that's what broadcasters do. We call what we see and tell you about the atmosphere in the building, which is great, by the way. 107 bowlers. But I'm hearing a conversation between 2 individuals. One is saying that the argument seems to be whether or not you get 30 in the first frame if you start with 3 in a row, which is true. The other person, of course, is saying that is incorrect. And this is a real argument. I think dinner is now even on the line on this thing.
Ticket numbers 39 and 40. Your orders are ready. 39 and 40.
Nice job, Zane Shawkensey. I can't believe his argument's happening. Jonas over here with spare 3-bag. I tell you, this whole group on 25 and 26 actually is, that must be a, actually, I think that on that pair, we started with maybe a U18 group of players. And generally speaking, that division would have a good idea on how they wanted to play the lanes, and so might just be a bit more consistent. If everyone is in a similar part of the lane to start, it generally gets a little bit better as the day goes on, generally speaking. I can't believe I just heard an argument about if you get 3 strikes in a row, or I'm sorry, the front 3 specifically, the first 3 strikes of any game, you would indeed have 30 in the first frame. And someone back there was adamant that you would not get 30 if you started a game with the first 3 strikes. That might be one of those random questions we asked on tour this week. Hey, what score do you get if you start the game with the first 3, and we see what answers we get? All right, Lucas, it's going to get out of here with 186. Look at Charlie as he finishes up. We've got 21 through 24 in the bottom right of your screen. But on this particular pair, I do want to highlight again what's happening on the left side of the screen.
Ticket numbers 39 and 43. Your orders are ready. Ticket numbers 39
And the amount of decent games to start here. Oh, Ridgely, who had been struggling the last time we saw him, has gone now spare 4-bagger over there. Zane just left another 9-pin on the left lane. And now back over to Sarah Doty. Similar strategy as Leah Basevic. Something a little bit shinier, cleaner through the front. Again, slower ball speed's going to help. This is Helen Lee, always asking great questions in the chat. Helen, that's a great question. Number 1, what are the best ways to adjust speed? I think there's multiple ways. I'll give you some of the ones, really only a couple that I know or have heard about. One, generally speaking, a lot of players will either move up or I should say further up or back on the approach. Some players like myself like to slow the feet down to decrease ball speed. If I need to increase it, I'll try to take a little step back or a full step or something like that to kind of get the feet moving, get the swing into the ball into the swing a little quicker. Nice game by Zane, by the way, 195 with a couple of tough 9-pins. You can move also the ball into your setup. You can move that higher up. You can start a little higher up. Now that doesn't work for all, but I've heard that. I've tried it as well. Or you can start it a little bit lower. Higher, generally speaking, your swing, if you're not muscling it, should get higher by gravity. And if you start it lower, Mr. Burns there had a couple of pins down that he didn't see prior to bowling on 24, so we'll erase that frame. And then he'll reset and go back at it for the first shot on the 10th frame. And there could be some additional ways that some skilled individuals now, and coaches for that matter, utilize to increase or decrease ball speed. Those are the main ways that I've heard, tried, utilized. Got a bounce for Dawson. Almost did.
Number 43, your order is ready. Ticket number 43, your order is ready.
Final look at young Charlie. Again, popular in today's chat, which is pretty cool. All right, that'll do it for that group. But again, those on the left, Ridgely Potter, Maximilian. Now that Macy Jones strikes spare 3-bagger over there as well. We'll keep it here real quick for Macy. Looks like she has had some better frames with regard to carry. And it might be because of a ball change. She is throwing something different than the last time we saw her. Back over to 21 and 22 to finish out Tyler Paulus. 9 or better puts him, or 8 or better, excuse me, puts him in 200 category. We'll check in on the standings in a little bit as well. In fact, I'll do that at the beginning of game 3, but you can do that. Oh, I'm sorry, game 4. But you can do that now because that is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat as well. Actually, it's pinned at the bottom of the Facebook chat. And then, Helen, also your second question. Who are some Pro Bowlers you can think of who may not be known for power but who have a great game? You know, there's so many. Of course, a lot of them aren't coming to mind immediately. First thing I think of, though, is to kind of go way back, like someone like Mike Albee, the Earl Anthonys of the world. In our present day, you know, our game is overall a power game. Now, so a lot of our youth players, of course, have watched power players throughout the course of time. Of course, we've added the two-handed game now. Players who don't have a ton of, Liz Johnson, right? I mean, Liz Johnson by no means is a powerful bowler, but she will beat the heck out of you, and we all know that. She is looked upon as the greatest woman bowler of all time, and maybe even the best, certainly one of the best, period. In regards to the PWBA A lot of the players refer to her as the GOAT. A player who can do all of the things I just talked about with ball speed, though, is Kelly Kulick. Like, she can do just about anything. Still, she's Junior Team USA head coach and doesn't bowl on tour a ton, but she has she made 2 shows actually in Cleveland. Had to miss the U.S. Women's Open. She was in, I believe the IBF Youth World Cup was in Sweden. But Kelly's so good at decreasing, increasing ball speed, also increasing, decreasing axis rotation. She can do just about anything you need. Let's see, other players I can think of. Josh Blanchard, who doesn't bowl on tour anymore, on the PBA tour. You're talking about a smooth finesse game. Josh always stood out to me as that. Sarah Doty. I tell you, I don't know what Sarah's college plans are, but that's the kind of player that, again, I just talked about, right? In today's power game, we could take for granted someone like Sarah Doty. She's just not going to get you with the power. Now, as she continues to advance in her bowling career, she may add a little bit of ball speed, or at least be able to turn it on, if you will, when necessary. But some college team, if she elects to bowl collegiately, is going to benefit from someone who can make spares, be accurate, and shoot 220 all day long. If you can do that, that's an All-American type season. Dawson, talking about power, he's got just about everything you'd want to. And more than likely, right, Dawson's going to get taller. Doesn't mean he's going to get stronger, but he probably will. All right, folks, we have officially reached game number 4. We are now halfway home. Go back over to 25 and 26 because they are still finishing up game 3. I'm going to change that back briefly, but talking about putting together some score, they are doing that on that pair. And young Jonas here, who had 222 in the previous game, he's been solid so far. We'll get back over to 21 through 24 here shortly. We got Brian Weigel, Jeremy Gaska, Dylan Ballone, who won the U18 boys title last week. Demarion Brockman. We've got Luke Switalski, Sean Penderbay Jr., Joss Weems is on 21 and 22. I feel like Luke and Joss have bowled each other a lot recently. And now they get the cross together, which is always great. You can see 21 through 24 on the bottom right of your screen at the moment. All right, Sebi with a 3-bagger here. He will make that 4 in a row. That group is headed into game 9. Again, we've got, there are 5 pairs with 7 bowlers. Dylan Ballone already with a quick double. Ridgely Potter Jr. stepping up in the 9th, left lane. Meanwhile, Jonas strikes in the 9th, so he can get another game in the 220s. Potter does exactly that.
Oh, I went dead face 7-10 to this. It's on camera. It's on camera.
Early double for Joss Weems on 21 and 22. Leah Hopkins, by the way, is on 19 and 20. She'll be on 23 and 24 in a little bit for which will be her game 5. She's in game 4. On the left side of your screen, they're finishing game 3. The right side of your screen is starting game number 4. Sebi with 5 in a row. All right, so this group now into the 10th frame.
Ticket number 49, your order is ready. Ticket number 49, your order is ready.
I got John Attic in the building. This is his home center. John has a couple of kids. One still bowling collegiately, actually. John's son Blake had a standout season at Trine University. To this day, he's had one of the best interactions I have ever seen from a parent-athlete perspective at Junior Gold. I mean, it was, if I could have recorded what I saw and passed it along just as a, as like a training tool, if you will, for other parents on how to talk with their athletes at Junior Gold and vice versa, how athletes should also talk to their parents during athletic competitions. It doesn't have to be just bowling. It was truly, truly great. It was just the way he went about it, very calm. His son was visibly frustrated, and then as opposed to leading with frustration of his own, he was the calmest parent in the building. Mark Kofoid out of Stardust. Lanes and Dyer, rooting on Autumn, who I have not seen come across our camera pairs yet, which typically means she might be close. This shot by Ridgely, 232. The old 7 spare 6 10 frame, but we'll take it.
Ticket number 49, your order is ready. Ticket
Maximilian.
number 49, your order is ready.
All right, he'll be in the 2 teens. Scuba Steve out there on our staff, grabbing scores. And of course, Macy a little bit. Now she got out of trouble, just the 1-2. Simulcasting on the Elite Youth Tour Facebook page as well as the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed to the EYT YouTube channel, please do so. It is free. All right, that's going to do it for 25 and 26, but very nice 245 on the end. Talent, a lot of talent on that group that is crossing together, and they were able to take care of a really good pair of lanes and put up some score. So now everybody is into game 4. And full screen here on 21 through 24. That was a good time to, again, start to check in on standings. Leah Basevic, 7 under par. Nice job by Leah through 3 games. In the U15 girls division, not all scores are updated in that division as of yet. U15 boys, Dawson Cole, 73 over. Easton Van Hoblin, 43 over. Nice job by those 2 individuals. Emily Schmidt leading the way in U12 girls. In U12 boys, Nehemiah Kiefer, Branson Jones. Top 2 right now in that division. U18 girls, Sarah Doty, 36 over. Not all scores are updated. We'll need Macy Jones' score. Excuse me. Macy will be 18 under, though. Elizabeth Silcox also putting up a nice score as well. Madison Sauls is bowling in front of us. A little bit slower start for Madison, but she's got plenty of games left to get to where she needs to get to. U18 boys, Tyler Williams, 715 for the first 3 for Tyler. Super talented. Curious if he's throwing it one-handed or two-handed. Mats Thunberg, nice start, 91 over. Dylan Balone, 71 over. Aiden Lee, 68 over. Ben Medina, 67 over. Another good one for Joss Weems. Justin Freeberg, 60 over. Speaking of Joss, he is 49 over through 3. Luke Switolski, 48 over. Zach Groffus, 30 over. Tyler Paulus, 4 over. I think we're taking 10 in U18 boys to the Eliminator finals, and we are indeed. That's a pretty solid 10 right there, and we've got 3 more games. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of a shakeup somewhere. It's interesting how we just continue, of course, to kind of cycle out athletes, many of whom start in the U12 division and just continue to bowl, much like Joss. When I first started working with the Elite Youth Tour, Joss had just won the U12 Bowler of the Year. I believe my first event was in August of 2021. Now he's going to be a junior in high school coming up. Had a fantastic showing to Josh at the PBA Junior World Series of Bowling, which happened in Mount Prospect in early June, or I'm sorry, mid-June. Joss has more PBA junior titles than anyone in the Reef program's history. Picked up a couple of titles that week, settled in on 10. All right, Joss back in the double seat. Tenth frame on 23 and 24, and it happened quickly.
Ticket numbers 53 and 56. Your orders are ready. Ticket numbers 53 and 56.
Excuse me, Brockman finishes at 187. Marion, last week I saw him, I think he did advance to the finals too. He was able to utilize urethane late in the block too. Oh, that's a really good shot by Luke. Head to Mount Mercy University. And Dylan Malone will finish at 189. Overall, not a bad pair of scores by any stretch. Again, 188 or 189, 187, 190, those are still good scores on this. For our good people still watching on YouTube, which is some of our Bloomington fans, Charlie and Leah. Yeah, I mentioned Easton. Thank you for that note on where he is from. Got young Lucas finishing up on 23 and 24 as well. He's going over to 27 and 28. I haven't seen Mom today. A young talented lefty. Speaking of Lucas, but his mom is generally in the building with him. Boy, that was a really good shot, and not not close to a wrinkle as it got down lane. So certainly some transition, some push. Josh looking like he's being even intentionally being a bit more forward with ball roll on this. Kylan Wilms struggling a little bit this game here on 21 and 22. They'll take a 3-9 make any way you can get it. Leah Hopkins has joined us on 23 and 24. 57, 61, and 62. Your orders are ready at the snack bar here at Arena Lanes. Fourth in there for Joss. All right, Luke finishes with 237. Michael McGreen, Skylar Petts, Devin Franklin, also on 23 and 24. Jeffrey Williams trying to get to 190. He's got to make the spare first. He will do so. Representing the Bowlers ER, shout out to my guy Will Clark. It's a good looking jersey. Jeffrey's got going on there. I saw Tyler with something similar. Could be a Junior Gold S jersey with the state represented there. Sean can get into the 2-0s. Not the way he drew it up, but he'll take it. That didn't look like a bad shot from Leah Hopkins. I talked about frustration earlier, and that's one of those where you could feel very frustrated, as if to say, I think I hit what I wanted to hit. That was my target, and it did absolutely the opposite of what I was expecting it to do. And it kind of backed up. And I think Leah's kind of right where that main concentration of the oil, especially it looks to be symmetric on both sides, but it's like either you can't get it started in the oil and then going away kind of outside of that shape of the pattern, because it can present that backup situation. There's just not enough friction down lane for it to then make the turn. But I thought that ball was going to hook. And it actually went the opposite direction. 206 there for Sean. A nice clean 206 as well. This group here on 21 and 22 will have a few frames to wait. They're moving to 25 and 26. And that group is in frame number 7. Clark Bonnewell. It's a good break. Well, Wisconsin State Bowling Tour jersey representation there. I got to tell you, watching the Elite Youth Tour and all of the wonderful youth events across the country brings me back truly to bowling in what was then called the Illinois Scholarship Bowling Tour. Met a lot of really good friends who are still friends to this day. And that's been, well, shoot, well over, yeah, about 20 years. Just a little over 20 years. And that started much later than, and not just started bowling later, but specifically starting and understanding the scholarship tours and how many existed.
Ticket number 63, your order is ready. 63. Ticket numbers 63 and 66. Your orders are
Ooh.
63 and 66.
I love a good 4-pin carry. Cool stuff on the IESA championship there for Easton. And for those who put in the work to be able to compete at such a younger age, of course. I know the good folks at Rockford, or in Rockford, had a lot to do with that, and certainly other cities around the area. But, you know, Rockford starts with that really great grassroots program. Let's start here for all involved on 23 and 24. And some of our U23 bowlers on 21 and 22. Nathan Noskal Sakai, who got a victory last week at Arlington Heights, or in Arlington Heights at Arlington Lanes. Leah said, probably by default, I wasn't going to make that mistake again, so that one was going right immediately.
Ticket numbers 67 and 68. Your orders are ready. 67 and 68.
That young man throws it really well. I gotta go get his name.
Ticket number 68, your order is ready. 68.
Like Nathan Frazier. Last time I saw a last name like that was Caroline Frazier, who was supremely good. Went to Vandy. And Nathan throws it really well. So does Devin Franklin, who's got the front three, still perfect. More names to take a look at. Joseph Blonsky, Jordan Norvell. I believe she too is bowling first EYT event. Ball change there for Clark.
Number 68, your order is ready. 68.
All right, so now that we're somewhat caught up, the bowlers in front of you are in game 5. We do have a couple of pairs who are kind of midway through game 4. Good shot. Hopkins getting dialed in. Man, Patrick Johnson in the building. One of the best bowlers in the state, has been for a long time, especially since we've known each other. Dawson Cole, by the way, is going to be in the 2 teens. And he's probably going to add to, at the moment, or at least the last time we looked, was a division leading score of 73 over. And that still looks like it's going to be the case. Easton, by the way, is 45 over through 4 now. Lucas Drisdale 5 over. That's going to be a very good division finals to watch. Easton Taylor 16 under for 3. And he might be on one of the pairs that is still finishing up game number 4. It's nice to see bowlers kind of figuring it out in real time. It doesn't always happen, right? The frustrations take over. I'm gonna assume that this is it's not Leah's first time, or first couple of times bowling on Sport Patterns. And it's certainly not her first time bowling. If it was, and if last week was her first time ever bowling, and that's how good she looked from a physical game perspective, that would be one of the more impressive things we've seen in a long time. But it's pretty clear that she's got some physical tools that will aid in her success moving forward. Same thing with young Nathan here. Ooh, Mr. Franklin. Nice start, 5 out of 6. Devin is, he's a few pins back. And U18 boys, you are taking the top 10. Tyler Williams, by the way, just continues to be impressive today. He's 148 over. 148 over for Tyler Williams. 948 for 4. Matt Thunberg plus 104, and that's not too shabby. He's 100 over 4, and he's close, but he's not close at the same time. Luke Satulski is 85 over. Josh Weems, 76 over. Dylan Balone, 60 over. Jordan Landa is 6 under. Nathan Frazier, 7 under. Kyle Hobson is 32 under. Clark Bonnewell is right here. He's close. He's currently 9th with for him 1 game to go. He is 50 under with Jeffrey Williams at 66 under. Dane Shaughnessy is a pin back. Brian Owygek is 4 pins back of the, of 10th, excuse me. Marianne Brockman, he's not too far back as well. If Franklin can not even finish, he doesn't even have to shoot 270, but 240 here would go a long way. If he can get to 240, Devin will put himself right in the mix with 1 game left for him. Again, folks, just a programming note. So there will be a few pairs. In fact, 20 bowling on it actually for a while. There's the group on 13 and 14 that are finishing up game number 4. So they're going to start game 5. Then on 17 and 18, their next pair technically would be 21 and 22. I don't think we'll have that issue on 23 and 24. Only pairs of 7. So they'll be good. So if you were looking for a particular bowler, still haven't seen Autumn Stroh, for example.
Ticket number 73, your order's ready, 73.
Transition on long patterns, great info too. I really appreciate you guys sharing all of the info, not only about Leah, Charlie, but also about Easton, Devin. But yeah, 50 foot or 50 feet, excuse me. When, again, varying seal levels, everyone's going to kind of be in different places, which we have seen. Some have been playing further right up the board, some, you know, at 20, of course, some right in the track area. So it's going to be some difficult transitions lane to lane today. Good thought process in regards to panels. Great shot. Yeah, I'd be interested if Arena has updated or got a new panel since its inception, to be quite honest with you. I used to practice here from time to time back in the day. They always used to hook it to me. had to step away for a moment. I come back, and Joseph Blonsky is putting in work. It's rare that I actually eat food that's warm at any event I'm streaming, anyone. I generally eat when we're done and the food is cold. I just happened to be in the office asking a question when the food came. Well, I'm like, well, might as well take advantage of that. That rarely happens. Nice job by Blonsky, though. 243. Back 7 to get it done. Joaquin Herrera also was on that pair too as Norvell finishes things up. So we're good on 21 and 22. Same with 23 and 24. I mentioned there would be some breaks because of our pairs with 7. So right now one of those breaks is going to take place on 21 and 22. Although we will have bowling on 23 and 24 momentarily. The group on 19 and 20. Including Tom McMahon, Gabe Castro. I saw Chloe Ciziga. They'll be on 23 and 24 in a moment. But we take it to game 5. Left side of your screen. Jeffrey Williams, Sean Penderbay Jr. The southpaw. Josh Weems also on that pair, Madison Sauls and Luke Switolski. And then to their right, group we just watched on 23 and 24. They are now on 27 and 28. And Leah Hopkins starts with a strike. If you joined us late, this is now, well, I'll tell you what. So on the left side of your screen with the yellow background, that's game 5. Right side of your screen, green background, that is game 6. Vast majority still of the players or the groups on the high end of the building are in game 5. And it looks like the low end of the building, or a couple of those groups, will be starting game 6 momentarily. In 50-foot lane condition today. It was actually an advancers round pattern from last year's U12 and U15 Junior Gold competition. I was at Junior Gold last year, and I cannot remember where it was. Where was Junior Gold? It was in Allentown. No. Allen Park, excuse me. Finals were at Thunderbolt. So Detroit was the host city. Shot there from Joss. One of the things that Joss trying to add to his resume is a Junior Gold Championships. He was competing in the U12 division at 8 years old. USA Bowling National Championships also going down during Junior Gold Week. Actually, I think USA Bowling begins next week. It kind of starts middle of the week. And then the U15 And the U12 finals will take place, I should say the shows will be taped on the 13th. It'll be right before the live stepladder finals of the PWBA Anniversary Open. He also got himself a USA Bowling National Championship with good friend Mateo Quintero and Sebi Vetter. Jackson Veach was also on that squad, led by head coach LaShawn Darden. Team Gratitude. An ode of late, great Dr. Jerry Weems.
Ticket number 79, your order is ready. Ticket number 79.
Make sure you check bowl metrics for all standings. So game 6 set to begin on 23 and 24. Daniel, if you are looking for, well, I'll tell you this. So we've been streaming 21 through 24. And we'll kind of go back there full screen in a little bit after 25 and 26 completes game 5. With that said, though, if you are looking for Kyle, who had himself a nice finish last week in Arlington Heights, I think he is bowling on 19 and 20, which has been just outside of camera range. I love Kyle's jersey, though. He's got a microphone on the back of it filled with musical notes kind of across the top over the right shoulder. So 19 and 20 is moving into game 6. This is actually where Hobson did a lot of his work last week. He put together really good games in games 5 and 6 respectively to make the cut. Ethan Van Holven also on 19 and 20, so be able to keep an eye on what's happening there.
Ticket number 80, your order is ready. Ticket number 80, your order is ready.
JT Gralthus also on 19 and 20. Tyler Williams, who has been exceptional today, is also on 19 and 20. So we've got at least 3 pairs that are in game 6, and they are going to be finished pretty quickly. One of them U23. Well, Luke with the first one in the 10th. One more is going to put him in the 230s. Gabe Castro over on 23 and 24. Josh needed that one to carry. He'll be in the 190s. Luke did double. .238. 3 single pin makes for Luke, and that's about as good of a 238 as you'll see. Double, 9 spare, triple, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare, triple. .23 division starting to see a little bit of daylight. It's a big finish here for Sean. That's a good break to save a game in the 160s after coming off a nice clean 2-0 in game number 4. This 50-foot lane condition has taken its toll on some players, certainly. Kyle has gone open double, speaking of Hobson. Nice bounce back game here from Kylan Wilms, too. He struggled mightily on 21 and 22, but tried to get him to 210. And for him, he will have 1 game left. Trying to make a run at the cut. All right, all done on that pair. Uh-oh. All right, so as I mentioned before, no bowling currently on 21 and 22. We are awaiting the players on 17 and 18 to finish up game 5. That will take several more frames. So we'll have 21 and 22 effectively closing out the day in game 6. Meanwhile, though, to their left, 19 and 20 is in game 6. Ethan, I beg your pardon. Van Hovland. Just saw him to the left of your screen. The pair with Julia Henderson. Abigail Helsinger. Looks like Abigail Lawson also on 19 and 20. All right, Hobson now with 3 in a row. So open frame in the first, and he's followed that up with a 3-back. (25 and 26) off and running for game 6 as well. Right now you can check them in the bottom right of your screen. There's Abby Lawson on your left. Good shot. The loft game is now certainly in play for a lot of our higher rev rate right-handed players. Pretty cool. A lot of the players who did participate in the Lake Michigan Cup from Illinois are wearing their the jerseys that they sported during competition. So Avery Manuel also watching earlier. Shout out to Avery. Tyler Wolchik, Robert Scrintney. Scrintney went to Lane Tech, current high school of Lucas Drisdale. Help continuing to build and lead that program in the right direction. Jaden Kinney, all trying to land a spot in the top 5 in U23. Top seed in U23 will receive a first-round bye. Kyle Hobson has 4 in a row. I'm going to wait a little longer to kind of look at scores, just because so many are still finishing up Game 5. There just won't be enough Game 6 scores to be as accurate as it possibly can be. I should say Game 5 scores, excuse me, to be as accurate as it possibly can be, to know who's going to be in or out. With that said, though, someone like Kyle Hobson, I do want to check to see where he is. Again, he made the late run last week.
2 and 88.
All right, so quick update on Kyle Hobson. We just saw on the left side of your screen there. Had some questions about some of our players and making sure we got all of the correct scores. It looks like everyone on the high end will be in Game 6, probably in about 10 minutes. Couple pairs still on the low end. One is in the 10 frame in our groups with 7. One is in frame 8. One is in frame 9. So Hobson can get to 202. So let's look for Kyle. So Kyle through 5 games was at -16 in U18 boys. Okay, that puts him in 12th. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are several scores. I'm sorry, there are several players still in Game 5. So that is not accurate. With that said, though, he's still where he needs to be. But I think unlike last week, where 212 would have gotten it done, 212 may not be it today. Chloe Ciziga shoots 204. And for Chloe, she was 21 over. That moves her to +25. She had to contend with Joseph Blonsky, who moved over to 25 and 26. I mentioned Devin Franklin down there. Well, first he was putting up a number on 23 and 24, at least trying to. He did end up shooting 223, but he might give himself a chance to make the number still. Had another big run going and just left the 3.69.10 in the 9th frame. Ethan Van Hovland throws all 3 in the 10th for 211. And U15 boys, we are taking 8 today. He is certainly in to the Eliminator finals. That is not without question. His only question was Dawson Cole going to come back to the field, give him a chance. Hobson gets the first one in the 10th. You can't see him. He's on the left side of the screen, far left now, because he's finishing on the left lane. Tom McMahon, strike to get him to 237. Again, that's in the U23 division. He was even through 5, and he's going to advance. Hobson just left a 2-pin. So the best he can do is 202, and he may come up short in regards to making the finals here today. But a lot to figure out because he is essentially the first to be done with Game 6. We got a long way to go with multiple people. Not yet not complete with Game 6. Robert was at minus 37, and it doesn't look like he's going to get there. Gabe Castro, I feel like the last time we were here, Gabe won. Nathan has still had a chance. Jaden Kinney, unfortunately, did not have his best game here late. A lot of intrigue still on what's going to happen on U23, but Chloe should be good. All right, we'll go back down to 25 through 28. A little bit of, actually a lot of live bowling going down next door. Speaking of Nathan, he's got a single pin to deal with. Tyler Williams is going to have his first game under 200 today. But he certainly is going to be advancing. And U18 boys, he will also get a, well, he should keyword, should get a 1-round bye. But again, he's first to finish up Game 6, and a long way to go still. Some folks will be playing the waiting game. Devin Franklin, strike to get him to 231. So that would move him to minus 57, and he would need a lot of help. Kai Nitschke, this is an important shot for Kai in U23. He was minus 29. Strike there puts him in the 190s. Of course, the double would have got him in the 2-0s. That's what he was looking for. So he's going to be at minus 57, which on the surface doesn't look like it's going to be enough. For all the people who've been watching from Bloomington, representing Charlie and Ethan and Leah, Ethan is going to be bowling in the Eliminator finals in U15 boys. Devin Franklin will need a lot of help, and it's possible he might get there. Marco did shoot 238, but in U20, oh wait. Yeah, Marco, great finish in 220 or in U23, but that will not be enough.
I can still do this. I can still make it happen. It's possible.
All right, we're all done there. We'll get you back over now to 21 through 24 as they now get into game number 6. 21 and 22 specifically. Good spare conversion there. Peter Garcia, Jeff Caldwell, Lillian Smith, Jacob Holste, Nathan Sisko, and let's see who else. Nick Sachs. Appreciate everybody still hanging around and hanging out. Two players that were involved in the Lake Michigan Cup. Savannah Aldridge. Well, that wasn't a bad shot by any stretch. That right there was the almost like the epicenter, I feel like, of this 50-foot pattern, to where if you get it going kind of right up the oil line, it just never really sees it down lane. And you try to do what Jacob Holste has done. Just try to be super soft with it at the bottom. Slower ball speed. And still leave it kind of a weaker 10.
Nathan Cisco to the counter. Nathan Cisco.
Shot there from Lillian Smith. We'll take that, Savannah. Looks like there were 12 players. I still haven't seen Autumn Stroke today. Speaking of that, there she is on 17 and 18.
live stream that, so I have it on the stream. That's a crazy pickoff. That's really good.
Ticket number 95, your order is ready. Ticket number 95, your order is ready. number 94. Your order is ready. Ticket number 94.
All right, as we wrap up things on 21 and 22. Peter Garcia, when I left, he had doubled. I come back, and he gets right back on the strike train. I'm not going to take credit for that, but I'm going to take credit for it. So there are 1, 2, 3 pairs left, finishing up game number 6. Let's see, 17 and 18 is in frame 6. So I'm going to say probably somewhere between let's say 2:15-ish. Seems like a long time. I'm going to say 2 o'clock. I'm going to say 2 o'clock. We'll probably begin the finals. I was in the tournament office and getting a little bit of additional info regarding scores. And of course, we do have now a significant number already accounted for. But U18 boys is going to be close as we assumed it would be. Dylan Balone, who is, he finished at plus 15. Puts him certainly on the bubble. When you've got Jonas Przyblinski, Anthony Swanson, and Tyler Paulus, they've all were plus going into the final game. And all plus numbers, which would be in front of him. So he's going to need a little bit of help perhaps, or he could end up in 10th. However, Nick Sachs, though, has got a chance. Our participants in the U12 girls finals, though, are determined. Emily Schmidt's going to face Abigail Denny. That championship match is going to take place on 21 and 22. Several scores to finish up for our U15 boys, but Easton Van Hovland, fantastic day. Easton Taylor, nice finish, 221, 247 to get to plus 39. Dawson Cole shot another game in the I think he shot 220 again. He is going to be the leader and has been all day in U15 boys, so that's 3 players. We're taking 8 in U15 boys. Sebi Vetter's got a chance. Tyler Anderson's got a chance. And then Jeff Caldwell, Brendan Zabelka, Ryan Richter, all with chances to advance. All right, nice spare from Savannah. 10th frame to go. She can get into the 2-0s with a double in the 10th frame. Good shot. Said that a lot today. Not just for Lillian, but a lot of players. And the pattern is so long. If it's going in the opposite direction of the pocket, even in the, I mean, she did everything we talked about. Slower ball speed. in the right zone, but it gets there, just doesn't want to quite make it up the hill. Make sure you refer to the standings links that are in everybody else. A good save right here. If Caldwell can somehow get into the 190s, well, that might help. It will help, in fact. Nice clean game here from Savannah. Savannah Aldrich. Well, that just might have saved the day right there for Jeff Caldwell. He's still going to have a chance to make it. Nice game from Aldrich. 190. That, she won't get there. You never actually, let's see, which scores are in? Leah Basevic was leading. Her score isn't in. Kennedy Spears, Cameron Mills, those were the top three in U15 girls. And Abby Lawson was fourth. You know, it's very possible she might sneak in this thing. It's going to be up to Jessica Peavis and Autumn Strode. Jade Mazinis will have a say in it as well. Strode is over on 17 and 18. Rushteen over bowling next door. Haven't seen Rush in a while as he prepares, and everyone else is preparing for their final opportunity, or final tune-up, I should say, for Junior Gold. Rush is right now on the bubble. Ethan Cisco. Cisco will try to get every pin he can. Important 9th and 10th frames coming up for Jessica Peavis, who could strike out for 201. If she did that, that would keep her in front of Savannah Aldrich for the 5th and final spot in U15 girls. All right, that shot in the 9th frame from Autumn Strode will keep her out of the number as Aldridge now moves in front of Strode. Take you over to 17 and 18 real quick.
Ticket numbers 102 and 105. Your orders are ready. Ticket numbers 102 and 105.
Here's Cameron Mills. This is a big shot for Rush coming up here. He strikes and he can still get into the 220s. And keep hope alive here for advancement. Still not closed shut yet. Actually, now it might be. I think the best Rush can do is, oh, no, wait a minute. He can get to -2, which might sneak him in. Actually, no. Now that I say that. Got about Tyler Paulus and Jonas Przyblinski. Those are two important scores because they were plus. And would have taken a lot. Jonas has been very good all day. Well, last week it was Aiden Lee who was thinking that he might miss the number and ultimately snuck in by a place, ended up finishing second. Dylan Balone is hoping he was going to hang on for a spot. Well, with that one for Rush, that will officially do it for his chances at advancement. Again, not quite final just because all the scores. Let me do a refresh. Should say not all scores are in yet, and that's still the case. Well, Cameron's in the 170s now. Talking about U15 girls. Mills, I thought, was still pretty solid, though. Question was whether or not Jessica Peavis will remain in front of Savannah Aldridge. And Jessica will have that opportunity to do just that here right now. Well, with that, if the numbers are right, and we are taking 5, Strode cannot get around Aldridge. Jessica Peavis now cannot get around Aldridge as well. All right, this is our final frame. It'll be courtesy of young Noah. All right, so it's 150. I will guesstimate now that we will begin the finals at approximately 2:20 p.m. Central.
All right, last call for the raffle. Come and get your raffle tickets if you haven't in the tournament room. We're going to draw very soon. We'll get you started with the semifinals. So if you'd like to buy any raffle tickets, you can come into the tournament room.
All right, I'm going to say at about 2:20. Actually, you know what? I'm going to actually say, 2:10. (2:10 p.m. Central Time is my approximate. So give yourself about 20 minutes or so. Come on back and we'll have lane assignments where players will be. Every division represented. And we'll walk you through all of the things that's going to take place and show as many matches and divisions as we can until each one gets to their respective title match. All right, hang tight.
All right, the raffle. First come, or the first winner, I guess, gets first dibs. We've got a storm ball of choice, Dexter shoes of choice, lots of goodies here, an immortalizer, various items. And the very first winner is Bill Wojcik. Wojcik? Winner? What would you like? Do you want the ball cup? Are you sure you want the ball? Okay. All right. All you have to do is write it. If you know what you want, write it down. All right, the ball's gone. Second winning ticket, Christopher Rendisi. Congratulations. All right, next winning tickets, Dustin Hopkins, Goran Besevic, Jill Schmidt, Lori Vetter, Rich Mills. You're all winners. Lots of prizes up here at the counter. We've got some React to Clean, ball cleaner. We have React to Polish and Cleaner. We have a ball cup, that's gone. React to Scuff. We have very unique White Sox Elite Tour hat and a Storm White Sox hat. I can't buy that. It's
Can you sit here for a minute so I can go out?
all right, Jill Schmidt. We've got Stephanie Sachs.
Nick. I said whoever's higher in point at this point, when they call it, you're first.
Did Dustin Hopkins come out? Did you draw? You want?
Nick, just grab one. It's for me. Grab one.
Again, thanks for participating in our raffle. We raised $650. That's going back to you guys.
What do you get?
I am going to announce the cut and the lane assignments very shortly. Just a reminder, if anybody wants to sign up for a time to hang out with me in the EYT booth at Junior Gold, you can do that. Also, I have some tickets for mental game and milkshakes.
number 107, 108, and 112. Your orders are ready at the snack shop. 107, 108, 112.
Why don't you do foreman edges?
Because you have to have taken the class by.
I'll go in there later. They're all down there. They're all down on.
I don't see Brett though. I see Nick and Josh.
Nick is up here.
Yeah, Nick and Josh were there, but I don't see Brett. Oh, I see Anthony down there. I see Tyler Williams. I see all the purple. Oh. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. They like,
Seen Don was dancing on the table. We had to get him down.
I found a tent pole too, and I was like spinning around.
God.
That's why we invite you down.
Exactly. I could turn a party. I could turn that frown to a smile.
Turn that frown upside
down,
down.
man.
My mom told me today, she said my dad, she goes, "Were the burgers really good?" He goes, "It was terrible." And she goes, "What do you mean?" He's like, "It was awful."
Chicken.
No, it was the veggie burger. Because my mom brought me burgers, and she's like, "Let me make this one for you. See if you like." He goes, "Yeah, yeah." He goes, "Oh, those are really good." She goes, "I think I had the veggie burger."
How do you not know that that's a
I'm like, "Dad, it's gross." Like, I threw out all the veggie burgers and they left the leftovers. I'm like, "No one's eating these." Ugh.
Next week, kiddo.
I used to eat none of the veggie burgers that were frozen. That weren't terrible. I don't remember which ones they were, but they weren't terrible. I mean, you put enough ketchup and mustard on it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
kill it.
Yeah. But he's like, "Yeah, my burger was terrible." And that's not me.
We went to a restaurant. You know where Andy's is on Oakton? It's a little restaurant. Andy's is between Manheim and River, south side. Anyways,
still there?
right there. We went there yesterday. Breakfast. Andy's Cafe.
That's a little cafe. Not you're thinking of Andy's.
No, not the dessert. No, this is it. But anyways, I looked at the menu for the soups for the week. You know, they had them listed. Every one of them was chicken something.
You know it's the same soup. They're just ladling.
Yeah. Hey, they're running the water through the same chicken all week.
All week. My grandmother used to make chicken soup 2 or 3 times before she actually got the chicken.
Yeah, before the chicken was just like totally disintegrating.
I think what she would do, honestly, I think she made matzo ball soup, and she would make, she'd make the chicken broth, and then you get the matzo ball, and then the next day you have the chicken soup again with chopped up chicken. You know, you guys, so she'd get 2 days out of it.
It's like chicken
you like
enchilada,
chicken soup?
chicken and
I do,
rice,
but that
chicken.
sounds gross.
Well, sounds right.
Describing
I do my chicken soup. No wings. No drumsticks. Thighs and breast meat. And I cook the breast and all that before and I chop it all. Then I cook it.
I've never made
It's the only time I ever ate carrots. My grandmother would boil the carrots. She would boil carrots and celery in the soup, and so it was soft and it didn't have like a crunchy. I didn't like there was no texture to it, and there's no carrots, and the carrots would absorb the chicken. No, but the carrots would absorb the chicken broth, so they didn't really taste like crunchy carrots. And so I would eat those. Those were really good.
You never have crunchy anything in the soup. Little bones, strip everything.
No, she would strip that chicken apart. Her bones would be on a big cutting board and still sear doing it.
I only make apple lemon soup. It's a bag lemon one, Greek one.
She made great matzo ball soup though. It was good to eat because there was no mix back then. She would hand make
Honestly, that mix is really good.
mix is better than
It really is good. I've made it. I'll make that, with the mix that comes with.
she used to make it with farfalle. You know what
Yeah.
farfalle is? She make farfalle soup. It's like matzah. It's like
It is like that.
it is matzah. It's chopped up matzah. Right? The matzah is for Passover just flour and water. It's like a cracker, like the tastiest one. But farfalle is just taking the matzah and making pieces of it, different pieces of it. Tastes really good.
Saltine crackers.
Yeah, it's like
Tastes
it's
better.
exactly-
It
that's
tastes
what- that's what-
Saltine with no salt.
But these it's like broken crackers in the pan. So you just put them in there.
Now, Italian community, Romano, not Romano. You want soup with your crackers? Go get a soup. Just the soup, just with the crackers. That's what you're gonna have. Sit at another table.
We always had bread. Always. My grandma we used to take bread for the car ride home, yeah?
My grandmother made salad, but it never salad never had lettuce. It was just chopped tomatoes and onions and some.
That's great. That's great.
It's a village salad.
Yeah, village salad from Dengio's.
That's like the Russians. Yeah, but she had like
I made a Greek pasta salad yesterday. I wanted something lighter besides fried stuff, and I made a Greek pasta salad yesterday. And she was like, I love this. She goes, what did she goes, you have to tell me. I'm like, I honestly just threw in like those little Ditali, those little ones. I made that, a pound of that. I put in tomatoes and cucumbers. I missed the onion. Even though you went and got it, I missed it. But I don't need onion anyway.
ran and got the onion.
I heard that. It's what would have made
And I
the
put
salad much
Kalamata
better.
olives.
I ran all the way to get just the onion.
Yeah. And then I did Kalamata olives, feta cheese, olive oil, and fresh lemon. It's oregano and salt. And my sister's like, it was so good. Oh, it's very similar. Yeah. Yeah. So he's like, I want to make this. I'm like, okay, I'll just tell you what I threw in there. I was like, I was going to do vinegar, like red wine vinegar versus a lemon. And I was like, you know what? Lemon will be fresher than, and it's so hot.
Yeah, lemon to me is always easier on the stomach.
Yeah, it was really good.
All right, 30 seconds. I'm going to announce. Thanks for your patience. There's a lot of you who want to make sure that everything is clear and you're on the right lanes. We appreciate your patience.
I know, I read it on Facebook. They walked in and I was like, oh my God, you made it.
Yeah, but
It was right outside.
across the way. So
Was it open today? Lucky it was Sunday. Like around KPP area.
He said it was only an hour and he left
They're
an
by
hour.
KPP, so.
It's like 4:45 in the morning.
Could never change the tire.
He couldn't get the red plug off.
No, I mean, I'm serious. I bought it for you.
Oh God. Where do they live? They live in Vidalia. They had Vidalia.
That's much further.
They're further south than me.
They said, right,
Further south than
yeah, but he said he was
Abigail, is it Dinny? Or Diney? Dinny. Dinny? Okay. And number 1 seed, all the way from Minnesota, Emily Schmidt. You're gonna see Corbin if you have any questions down there. In the U12 boys, Corbin will be down there with you too. And in the first round, on 23 and 24, will be number 4 seed, Nolan Rendisi, versus the number 3 seed, Branson Jones, versus the number 2 seed, Tristan Wilms. You're gonna bowl 1 game, 2 will advance to the next round. In the next round, the number 1 seed will enter, which is Nehemiah Kiefer. You're gonna bowl 1 game, and of the 3, 2 will advance to go to the finals. That's the U12 boys. In the U15 girls, you're gonna see Nora down there, and you're gonna be on 25 and 26. In the first round will be the number 5 seed, Savannah Aldridge, versus the number 4 seed, Abigail Lawson, versus the number 3 seed, Cameron Mills, versus the number 2 seed, Kennedy Spears. You're gonna bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 1 seed, Leah Pacevic. U3 will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. In the U15 boys, you're gonna see Steven down there. You're gonna be at 27 and 28 for the first round. After the first round, we're gonna move you to the live stream pairs. But first round will be the number 8 seed, Jeffrey Caldwell, versus the number 7 seed, Lucas Drisdell, versus the number 6 seed, Tyler Anderson, versus the number 5 seed, Sevi Vetter. You're gonna bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to round 2, where you'll see the number 4 seed, Peter Garcia, and the number 3 seed, Eason Taylor. You're going to bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round. That round 2 will be on 21 and 2. Round 3 will be on 21 and 22. In round 3, you'll see the number 2 seed, Easton Van Hoylen, and the number 1 seed, Dawson Cole. The 4 of you will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. You'll see Steven if you have any questions. In the U18 girls division, you're going to be on 19 and 20 for the first round. In the first round, you'll see the number 5 seed, Elizabeth Silcox, versus the number 4 seed, Olivia Matiasek, versus the number 3 seed, Addison Cole, versus the number 2 seed, Macy Jones. Round 1 will be on 19 and 20. You'll bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 1 seed, Sarah Jody, on 27 and 8. Round 2 for the U18 girls will be 27-28. The 3 of you will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. In the U18 boys division, you're going to see Jawan down there, who's going to be helping you and answering questions. Round 1. We're going to do even and odd pods here. In the even places, number 10 seed Anthony Swanson will bowl the number 8 seed Justin Freeberg, will bowl the number 6 seed Jonas P. I'm going to need a tutorial on that last name. And in the odd pod will be the number 9 seed Max Haggerty versus the number 7 seed Zach Rothis versus the number 5 seed Joss Weems. You guys, even and odd pod will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round. The even will be bowling on 29 and 30. The odd will be bowling on 31 and 32. In round 2, the 2 that advance will see the number 2 seed Ben Medina and the number 4 seed Tyler Williams in the even pod. And the odd pod, you'll see the number 1 seed Matt Thunberg and the number 3 seed Luke Switalski. Each of those pods will bowl 1 game. The top 2 from each pod will advance to the next round, round 3, and then 1 will advance to the finals from each pod. Robert Scretny versus the number 4 seed Kai Nitschke versus the number 3 seed Joseph Blonsky and the number 2 seed Chloe Zizega. The 4 of you will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round where you'll see the number 1 seed Thomas McMahon. You 3 will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. You'll be on 17 and 18, and then for the finals, you will go to 19 and 20. So we'll let you know that when that happens.
Yeah. I went to church just for that today. No. Message. I saw one of my friends post a
Chloe's been there, but she Chloe went up 30 feet in 45 minutes.
Tickets number 107, 114, 115, 116, and 118. Your orders are ready for snack shop. Ticket numbers 107, 114, 115, 116, and 118.
Nick was like 2 out.
Came back.
All right, and we have some junior gold clovers, the first of the season. In the U18 boys division, congratulations, Tyler Williams. You don't have to worry about qualifying for junior gold all year. We have a certificate for you at the counter. And in the U16 girls, Kennedy Spears. Congratulations. Please come on up and grab your certificates. We can get your photo. Also, everybody that, when we turn on your lanes, everybody on each pair will get 2 balls on each pair, or I'm sorry, on each lane. Guys only will get 2 balls on each lane before the match starts. Okay, we're gonna flip them on for 2 balls on each lane. Good luck, everybody.
All right, folks, welcome back. Those of you who have hung out for the almost duration, we've been streaming it for about 5.5 hours. We got started actually a little bit before 9 with our announcements and such. So I'll try to give you the full rundown of which divisions are where, the who, what, when, why, and all of the above. I will start with 21 and 22, which will feature the U12 Girls Championship match. Then 23 and 24 will feature 2 rounds of the U12 Boys, of course, culminating with their title match. On 19 and 20, which will be off camera, well, not completely off camera, but somewhat off camera. 19 and 20 will feature U18 girls. Looks like seeds 2, 3, 4, and 5. They took the top 5 there. We'll bowl 1 game. Top 2 scorers will advance. They'll welcome in the number 1 seed. They'll bowl 1 additional game. Top 2 will advance, and of course the title match there. U23 is taking place on 17 and 18. I know we got some individuals rooting on several players. One of them is Emily Schmidt. Jeff, you've been hanging out all day, and all of the Bloomington crew. I truly, and I've been around bowling live stream for a long time. It is rare when you get viewers who actually do watch for an entire day, because obviously there's a lot of things that people are doing or trying to do or trying to get accomplished. So it's a rare Sunday tournament for us. A couple tournaments going down in the Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana area. Got some good stuff going down at Olympia Lanes as well. But 107 bowlers, and we've got our whittled the field down to the top, again, U12 boys, top 4, 2 in the top, top 2 in U12 girls, top 5 U15 girls, top 8 U15 boys, top 5 U18 girls, 10 in U18 boys, and top 5 in U23. All right, we're off and running. So in the bottom right picture, bottom right of your screen, we've got the U15 girls. On 25 and 26, left of your screen, I see Kennedy Spears, who did earn a spot for next year's Junior Gold. Of course, this was the first tournament we could run Junior Gold qualifiers for next year, considering this is the official kind of final event of the season. And the new season will begin in August. Savannah Aldridge did advance at -210, as we talked about. So she's in. She's bowling on 25 and 26 with Kennedy Spears. I saw Abby Lawson, Cameron Mills. I think the top seed there would be Leah Vasevic. Then on 27 and 28, that's the bottom right of your screen, like the far right, with regard to 27 and 28. Lucas Drisdale, now the reigning 15U Teen Masters champion. Jeff Caldwell did hold on to a spot. That was a clutch 191 he shot in the final game. He's down there. I see Sebi Vetter and Tyler Anderson. We hung on to a spot also. Abigail Denny and Emily Schmidt. And young Noah. Nolan, excuse me, Randisi. So Nolan starts with a nice double. So did Tristan Wilms. Tristan back in a familiar spot, trying to get back to the championship match against Nehemiah Kiefer. Nehemiah, again, the #1 seed. He will be moving up. Top 2 scorers in the U12 boys will advance. We will have a champion here in the U12 girls after this match. Over on next door, again, if there's a bowler you're looking for, we will not have every division, of course, on camera to start. But as the matches and the divisions dwindle on, for example, once our U12 girls title match is complete, I forgot which division will be rolling over to 21 and 22. It might be the U18 girls. But I'll try to update you as best as I possibly can. So let me know your favorite bowler. Young Nolan. Oh. That was worth a smile because that thing hooked 3 times. 23 and 24 looks interesting right now. I feel that Emily started on this pair today. I could be wrong. You'll see Macy Jones on the left of your screen. Macy, I believe, was the #2 seed in U18 girls. Sarah Doty, top seed. She went 13 over today, did Doty. Macy Jones, Addison Cole, Olivia Matisiak, and Elizabeth Silcox advanced. Nine pin will not fall there for Denny. Branson, who picked up the 2-4-8-10 earlier today. Emily, 3 consecutive 9 spares, or something kicks out the 5-pin for Tristan Wilms. Tristan fierce, much like his jersey would indicate. Oh. Well, not how you always want to draw up your first strike, but we'll take it. Again, the top 2 scorers in this round are going to advance to round 2 of this Eliminator Finals. Very difficult break there for Olivia Matisiak next door. That would look like a spare on the 1-2-4-8. She somehow leaves the 8-pin. Over in our bottom right area, U15 girls, they are in the 4th frame. U15 boys, they are already into frame number 7. Oh, Tristan. Another good shot, another fist pump. Abigail Denny nearly was the leader in the U12 girls division. Interesting leave. 1, 2, 4. I'm sorry, the 1, 2, 3, 4. Seven, 9, almost made it. Elizabeth Silcox goes Brooklyn next door on 19 and 20. And another interesting leave, yeah. Back-to-back intriguing leaves for both of our players here in U12 girls. Again, the title on the line in this one. How about that? Wow. Emily Schmidt with EYT highlights. Take a look at that after this shot. Nice. Not a lot of hook, of course, as we talked about earlier. So right now, of course, Tristan Wilms, he's all but in. Branson needs to make this to Give himself the best possible chance at advancement. Oh, wow. Branson can shoot 177. Nolan here up on 23, pacing in the 170s. Well, that helps. Points to himself, kind of says, that's me. Went over the top of that one. Imagine being this age and understanding not only your tendencies, but knowing when you threw it bad. He goes to the bag, speaking of Nolan. Except what could be another pitch black. This is a big shot here because if he doesn't strike, if he doesn't want to leave any kind of design, he knows exactly what he's doing because that's going to be enough. Looks like something that was maybe he didn't use all day. Looks to be a bit fresh. 197 there for Tristan. 179 for Nolan. Those two players will be advancing, and they will add Nehemiah Kiefer, the #1 seed, to that group. And Abigail right on cue with a good spare. Emily Schmidt with a nice lead. .32-pin lead to be exact at this moment for Emily Schmidt. That's got a good chance. Right now, Emily in the driver's seat, wants to leave as many makeable opportunities for spares as she can. Branson Jones to close it out. Another good tournament. And the hugs. And the sportsmanship. And Branson a little bit disappointed. Tristan and Nolan both there to try to increase and elevate his spirits. Great shot for Emily, and that's about the one right there. Lucas Drisdale is going to be in the 2 teens, it looks like, with a spare. And looks like Vetter, yep, Sebi Vetter and Drisdale are going to be advancing to the next round. In U15 boys specifically. Abigail did strike in the 9th frame. She could make it interesting. She could somehow throw 2 here in the 10th. Maybe. No. All right, that officially is going to do it. Emily Schmidt. Another championship on the board. Nehemiah Kiefer now getting warm-up shots. go full screen there real quick. Or Emily Schmidt, who almost made that, by the way. 158, 126. Emily is your champion. So U15 girls on your left. And U15 boys again on your right, but it's Drisdale and Vetter who will advance. And U15 boys, Dawson Cole and Easton Van Holven, or Hovland, excuse me, are your top 2 seeds there. And then Easton Taylor and Peter Garcia also got a 1-round bye. Top 2 seeds get a 2-round bye. So you'll see Peter Garcia about to join that crew over on 27 and 28. Still a lot to be determined, though, in the U15 girls scenario where only 5 players, of course, advanced. Took the top 5. It's all based on entries in regards to advancement. But the top 2 scorers here in this round do advance. Savannah Aldridge strikes in the 8th frame. Her max score is now 170. Cameron Mills right now leading the way. And looks like she just fouled, unfortunately. So still not over with yet. Over on 19 and 20, Moo Cole shot 173. Macy Jones is already in the 2-0s. And it looks like Macy for sure is going to advance. But with that 10th frame miss from Moo Cole, now Olivia Matisiak or Elizabeth Silcox can take that 2nd spot to advance. All right, U15 boys are rolling over to 21 and 22. Good, how are you? Sorry. People always say hi. All right, so we are inching closer to the 10th frame. By the way, Cameron did make that spare. 160 the max We've got a 157 max out there. There's a 150 max out there. So as long as Cameron Mills keeps the things in place, she's going to be fine. But the other three, good shot. The U12 boys round 2 is moving into game or frame 4. I beg your pardon. Tristan off to another good start. Same thing with Kiefer. Nolan has opened 2 out of the first 3 frames. This is Abby Lawson. So Lawson with a 2.8. The best she can do is now 134. So the ball is really in the court of Kennedy Spears here. Mark. She's got 136 out there right now. Yeah, Mark would have her all but in. Spare strike gets her to 148. That will require a double and 9 from Savannah Aldrich to advance. That was a big spare. It was looking like it could be just the 6-pin for a little bit. All right, and now it's official. It will be Spears and Cameron Mills to advance to the next round of the U15 girls divisions. All right, so let's go back to 21 through 24. Looks like we're adding the proper amount of letters and names on 21 and 22. Nolan struggling a little bit here. Tristan, he's had the best look on this pair so far. So we'll have Garcia, Peter Garcia, Sebi Vetter, Easton Taylor, and Lucas Drysdale. That's the future of the current U15 boys and the future of the U18 boys division. They get a couple shots on each lane.
Tickets number 121 and 122, your orders ready to smash out. Tickets number 121 and 122.
Wow. Talking about pins flying. Let's look at that again. Right after the Tristan Willem shot here. Tristan has been as solid as you can get. A strike there would have kept Nolan in the mix and certainly kept everybody honest with regard to Nehemiah and Tristan. Tristan is going to bowl for another title. Nehemiah, not mathematically over, but he's going to need 2 pins on all right, Peter Garcia, unfortunately split to start. Drysdale. Again, the 15U Teen Masters champion. early open for Eason. More good sportsmanship between Tristan and Nolan.
Quarters number 122 and 123. Your orders are ready for snack out. 122, 123.
I think Peter finished qualifying on this pair. Should be a very intriguing first, I'm going to say first 5 frames here.
I got it. It's right here. That's an easy one.
All right, good spare there for Drisdale.
Thanks.
Update on U23. I see Tom McMahon. I see Robert Scretany. And I'll tell you who else is still bowling there on in U23. They're on 17 and 18. Kennedy Spears, of course, advanced along with Cameron Mills. They now face or bowl with Leah Basevic on 25 and 26, bottom right of your screen. Tony Boykin. Hello, hope all is well. Hope Caleb bowled well today. Again in U15 boys. Started out with 8. 5 through 8. Bowled the first game with the highest 2 scores advancing. That was Sebi and Lucas. Oh, great shot. So the 3rd and 4th seeds now on the lanes with Easton Taylor and Peter Garcia. Your top 2 seeds will bowl next in U15 boys. That's Dawson Cole and Easton Van Hovland. Kiefer versus Wilms. And Nehemiah, I think his title count is now in the double digits, and it truly feels like he just started bowling EYTs last year. Sebi again in more of a home game. He's got plenty of family members here. His mom and dad are here, and I think some other family and friends. And that's what Nehemiah can do. Got that alignment together. Look out. Great shot. We were talking about baseball earlier, and well, there's Tristan again. I think it was Mason Weber we were talking about at the time. But one of our viewers was letting me know that Mason was also playing baseball. Easton plays baseball as well, and I'm sure there's some other players Both boys and girls who play softball, or I'm sorry, baseball. Not just softball, but also baseball. Well, just like last week, Wilms making Kiefer work. These two met Arlington Heights, Arlington Lanes. Again, top two scorers on 21 and 22 advance, 23 and 24. We've got our title match in the U12 boys division. Front four for Nehemiah Kiefer. Both of these matches are moving pretty quickly, so we'll be able to take you down to 25 through 28 and update you on the U15 and U18 girls divisions. Off camera, I see U18 boys going down, and because they had 10 bowlers, they essentially have a one even pod and one odd pod, and they are whittling their way down. So we get to 2 front 5 for Kiefer. Important shot, Tristan, and the bucket. Interesting how a full 6 games of qualifying, and now and really 7 games when you take into account we had the U12 girls championship on 21 and 22. But that ball would have maybe gotten 3 off the right from Easton Taylor. That shot this morning on the fresh. But instead now that crosses over Brooklyn, even though he probably topped that a little bit and got all of that one. Alex Santalese, that's our guy right there. Shout out to the Santalese family. I think they were well represented at the Lake Michigan Cup 2 last weekend. For 6 in a row, bang. Nehemiah for 7 in a row. Did not like that one. The pin was moving toward the 7, and then something came off the sidewall and stopped that progress. I talked about this morning how eventually the pattern would begin to open up and there'd be some hook spots down lane to throw to. And you can kind of see it really with Easton's bowling ball where he is playing at the moment. To some degree, you can also see it with Nehemiah and Tristan. Lucas with a couple of opens. He He's still got 2-0 out there, but he's got plenty of work to do.
I mean, she'll leave. She's stepping away. I'm just trying to make sure that we're updating them as we go. Out of yours. Let me just take pictures of them.
Oof. That's a ball change there for Ethan, too.
Thank you, sir.
So he's got 2 8-pins now. 2 on the right lane. That's more than enough to make anybody frustrated. And an even better spare. Well, Nehemiah.
And that just shows that I'm not going to finish. It's literally.
There's a break for Peter Garcia. Lucas is still in this thing. He hasn't had many good breaks, certainly. Oh boy. It's getting interesting here. That's a huge shot there for Sebi Vetter. 25 through 28, still with 4 frames left, so we'll go there here in a moment. Again, top 2 advance here. Oh, 21 and 22. Nehemiah Kiefer got himself another U12 win. Well, this one is really anybody's ball game. It's been a while since we've had a round where all 4 players are truly still in it with a frame left. This is the most important shot of all the players right here. He's left 2 8-pins. I might get up and walk out if he leaves another one on 22. He needed that and deserved it. He trips a 4, and Lucas is still in it. Garcia can spare strike for 162. Sebi could go spare strike for 192. And he is in the driver's seat. And right now it's going to be a race between Drisdale. Well, look out. But that was almost dangerous right there. All right, Peter 151. And his tournament will come to an end here. Drisdale has to have the first. 2 would be important. He cut that one maybe a hair short. If he leaves something makeable, he still would be in a better position, or in a good position, I should say, with Eason Taylor still having to get at least the first one in the 10th. Things still not over, though. Taylor will need a mark. Mark to advance. All right. 2-4. Got to make it. All right, stay behind the foul line and get 2. Nice job by Eason Taylor. All things considered, impressive game. That could have gone a lot of different directions. Well, all right, so Taylor advances. Sebi advances, and now we will see Dawson Cole as well as Ethan Van Hovland. But first, let's take you down to 25 through 28. Uh-oh, sorry. That was a replay. All right, so Cameron Mills. Looks like she is going to be the player that is going to be eliminated here in the U15 girls this particular round. We got a couple, no, I see a 193 and a 178, which means Elizabeth Silcox will not have enough for advancement as well down in U18 girls. So Sarah Doty is going to advance, and along with Macy Jones. All right, so Leia with the spare, she's going to be in the 170s. So will be Basevic and Spears for the U15 girls title. And we'll also have, should be Macy Jones versus Sarah Doty in the U18 girls title match. All right, so we'll take you down to 21 through 24. We've got practice going down briefly. Macy and Sarah Doty. I believe they've started the match. They shouldn't be getting practice. I don't think I've missed any other players who would be bowling with them. All right, that looks like that's the deal. So we'll go back there for a minute. Dawson and Ethan, they've taken care of their practice. Those are the fastest practice shots I've seen in a long time. All right, so these are two title matches. Spears, Basevic, Jones, and Doty. Good shot there for Macy. She's got a senior year of high school to go, and then she's headed to Vanderbilt. Continues to add junior Team USA members left and right. Same thing with Jacksonville State, Wichita State, Youngstown State, and other programs, of course, of that powerful NCAA Division I level. Saw a couple of players like a Morgan Bruner, for example, on Junior Team USA. She was at camp, bowls at Maryville. Probably the best Division II squad, but they bowl much more like a D1 squad. Doty looking to go back-to-back as well, so Dawson Cole could go back-to-back. Nehemiah Kiefer already went back-to-back, and I'm saying back-to-back as in back-to-back months, but back-to-back weeks. believe we have a U23 title match also to our left, or I should say my left. Sarah Doty starts strike, spare, strike. We'll watch Kennedy Spears here. That's a good shot. And she wraps a 10. I know Kennedy, I believe she didn't get to the title match last week, but she was in the Eliminator finals. All right, just a 7-pin there for Macy. And back down to 21 through 24, or at least at the moment, 21 through 22. I think we'll have bowling back on this group in just a little bit, I think. I think we'll end up having the U18 boys final on 23 and 24. Dawson Cole, the #1 seed. Averaged 226.7 today, went plus 160. That actually would be second in the U18 boys division, right behind Mats Thunberg. Matt's shot plus 227 today. 3 games in the 240s for Matt's and U18 boys.
Order number 130, your order is ready to stand up. 130.
If you happen to be just joining us, you're watching 21 and 22. It's the U15 boys, what is effectively the semifinals. The top 2 scores, we have our top 2 seeds now in the Eliminator finals. Dawson Cole, #1. Ethan Van Hovlen, #2. Eason Taylor. His dad, Curtis, is here. I don't know if I didn't see Mom. Not saying she's not here, but I didn't see her. I tell you, Dawson has been playing in that area of the lane for just about all day. And you can see where we are at this point in the tournament. He might have to make a little bit of a bigger move. He's running into that some of that hook that Eason was running into in his previous round. Eason was the number 3 seed, by the way. Sebi was the number 5 seed. On the bottom of your screen, picture in picture, we've got our U15 girls and U18 girls title matches ongoing. I'll take you back there in just a little bit for the conclusion of those respective matches. Maybe the best shot, certainly of the Eliminator finals for Sebi Vetter. That one went right through the pins the way you would love to see it every single time. U23 title match on 19 and 20. Uh-oh. Ethan's off to a great start here. Front 3-7 spare. 4-pin. We often marvel at the U12 division, but yeah, this U15 division, boys and girls, a lot to look forward to as they continue to progress in their young careers. First time seeing Ethan today, and of course, he fits right into what the Elite Youth Tour is all about. He looks pretty seasoned too. Just, you know, filling frames like I like to call professional frames, right? That's a 4-pin, pretty decent shot. He comes back, makes the spare, gives himself the old hand clap like we always do. All right, you know. Good shot, good frame. Let's move on to the next. Oh, great adjustment right there. I think Dawson did make the move. Found a little additional head oil right there and uses that to guide himself to the 1-3. Robert Scretny. He was in a must-strike situation in the 7th frame next door on 19 and 20. Well, Tom McMahon has about done all he can do to get himself a U23 title over there. He has missed a couple of single pins, but Scrutiny hasn't been threatening. Sebi almost playing fallback. All right, so this round, or this particular match with our U15 boys entering frame 7 with Eason's shot here, we'll take you down to our U15 girls and U18 girls as those matches are coming down to it. Brooklyn there for Taylor. So Kennedy looking for a double here. Tough 6 count late for Macy. Makes the spare though. I talked about Sarah Doty earlier. Just with regard to how she goes about business. Wow. Doty, I'm not sure she liked that one. But, I mean, I would be wondering what her pocket percentage is. Not carry percentage, but the amount of time she hits the pocket. Dawson Cole just got a favorable roll of the 7. It's so rare when Sarah Doty misses the pocket. And Macy can only get to 199. All right, that spare is made for Sarah Doty. And she is all but mathematically locked up what would be back-to-back Elite Youth Tour titles. And assuming she's going to bowl Junior Gold, what a way to head to Green Bay in a few days and looking to take her talents to the next level. Well, for Macy, 1 split, but that was just her 2nd strike and no doubles. And your opponent, of course, has thrown a double and a 3-bagger at you. That is tough to defeat. Meanwhile, Leah Basevic, who was on a kind of had that run that Nehemiah Kiefer's on in the U12 division. Basevic had that in her last year in the U12. We get another dub here in U15. She had handled the lineup card last week at the Elite Youth Tour Grand Slam day at the White Sox game. Kennedy Spears brought out the game ball, actually, and left that on the mound. And Nehemiah Kiefer threw out the first pitch. And of course, ironically enough, Spears and Basevic face each other here in the U15 girls title match. Oh. My apologies to the to the Bloomington family. I did not realize I was calling Easton Ethan. That must be my mental way of making sure I didn't call him Eason, who of course is also bowling. Easton is going to be in the 230s. I may have called him Ethan all day long. Easton is going to be in the title match, so I will get at least 10 more frames to get it right. And if this is your first time hearing me, I am very specific in regards to pronunciations. So, you know, when you're in this role, it is important to get names right. And I don't make many mistakes, but it happens.
Ticket number 133, your order is ready for snack shop.
232. For Easton. Now, Jeff, that's a good funny point because Steve, who is kind of one of our staff members and working with kind of each, or he has a specific set of divisions that he's making sure, you know, the bowlers go in and out, move to the right lanes, etc. As Kennedy Spears, it's an important spare here. All right, handles that. She had a 3-6 to work with in the previous round, nearly took off the 6-pin. That time she almost took off the 3-pin. But it is, if she strikes here, she is going to force a double and 9 from Leah Basevic. Meanwhile, Dawson Cole leaves a 5-pin. And so now Eason Taylor. That is 1,000% why I called him Ethan. And it was, I think, my brain's way of saying, hey, make sure you don't call Easton Eason. So we'll just call him Ethan. So it's kind of somewhat, you know, down to it. I'm sorry, Sebi Vetter. Sebi now has a chance to tie. So we've got some serious situations here. Let's see who's going to go first. It looks like Sebi's going to go first. Leia is at the bottom right of your screen. Sebi needs them all to tie. Leia needs a double and 9 to win. And they both strike on the first shot. I'll finish that point about what I was talking about, Jeff, but actually I can get it in real quick. So Steve came over to me and I was letting him know, hey, Ethan, I'm sorry, see, I did it again. Easton and Dawson had already started their practice, and he goes, wait, that's Easton, right? I couldn't tell by his name on his jersey. Sebi gets it. Basevic, bottom of your screen. Oh, 4-9. Good run from Leia Basevic, but Kennedy Spears is going to take home the U15 Girls Championship. Yeah, we need an Easton on tour. And she made it. How about that? Okay, Sebi got a half for a tie. He gave it a run. All right, so we've got our U15 boys title match set. It will be Easton Van Hovlen. The funniest part is that I was more concerned about his last name. He will take on top seed Dawson Cole. So your top 2 seeds in U15 boys who've been very good all day long, they will bowl for the title. And then the final division to be determined, U18 boys, and they should come down to 23 and 24, I believe. All right, so champions to this point, U18 girls, Sarah Doty. Shout out to Mr. Weems. Miss Spears, I see you. Sarah Doty, U18 girls. Kennedy Spears, U15 girls. Emily Schmidt, U12 girls. Then in U12 boys, Nehemiah Kiefer. Of course, our U15 boys title match up next. I believe Mr. McMahon won on 19 and 20. That was our U23 battle. All right, our 1 versus 2 will start right on up.
Yeah, that's fine. Just think about it and come back. That's the bad.
Williams, I think, locked in a battle with Jonas Przyblinski. He just doubled in the 10th. He's going to be in the 190s, and I believe he needs 6 for the shutout. 5, there is a possibility of a tie. He got 7. All right, so Tyler Williams is going to face somebody. I don't know who that person is, and I will tell you here in just a second. I like when we have, well, you know, good groups of chatters are important. But this Bloomington crew here have been watching all day. And Bloomington, Illinois. I don't want to get folks confused with Bloomington, Indiana. Wow, that ball kind of hooked about maybe 3 times. All right, so we'll be all done. On the small screen. Clearly, the Van Holven family was sent here to disrupt my good fortune of name pronunciations by the spelling of that name. I'll make sure I let Deandra know either way, because if he wins, obviously there will be a trophy presentation. If he doesn't win, he'll still have his name called to receive his runner-up items and certificate. All right, so we got Luke Switolski versus Tyler Williams for the U18 boys title. It'll be on 23 and 24. Oh, my. Tie ball game. The last couple of years, I have been asked to handle the Team USA Trials team announcements. Good break there for Dawson. And with that, you know, we've got the two U.S. amateur finals happening that happen simultaneously. The men's and the women's finals. Right after those championships are determined, I then go to essentially the selection staff and committee. Look out. Where the way Easton has been throwing the bowling ball, of course, it might take simply just one open from Dawson. That ultimately could end up being the difference. We'll see if Easton can take advantage here. Good shot. And so right as I get done with those matches, I go right over to the committee. They hand me a sheet of paper. I go, you know, back, check names, make sure, you know, everything's good with what they have. So I can imagine seeing, and a lot of times, folks, I know these names, and then sometimes there's an opportunity where I don't know the pronunciation. The hardest part, of course, then is finding someone who knows the pronunciation, but essentially not asking them what it is per se, right? Because I can't then spill the beans that this person has been selected for either Team USA or Junior Team USA. So I can imagine, and I'm so happy that Easton is bowled this week, because if I had seen Easton's name for the first time, I would be racing to find someone who could give me the correct pronunciation of his name. And I hope certainly to one day announce his name on Team USA or Junior Team USA. Tyler versus Luke. They both were on the Lake Michigan Cup team for Team Illinois. Nice bounce back there for Dawson. His dad, Heath, collegiate bowling coach. Of course, 23 and 24 have developed into an intriguing pair. Boy, Dawson has missed a couple of single pins, both on the left lane. You can generally maybe get by with one, but two missed single pins in a championship match certainly is not quite a nail in the coffin, certainly, but your chances of winning become exponentially harder. Easton. Talking about hooking early. He's probably got about 3-4 boards left he can go. Actually, probably more than that. I'm assuming as a two-handed player, he's got a little bit of the loft in his game as a tool, as a trick to be able to get his ball where he needs to get. Nice to hear, too, about what Bloomington has and continues to do. As I told you guys earlier, I firmly recall bowling at Pheasant Lanes and bowling the Junior Team USA, the Junior Team Illinois competition. If you're supporting youth bowling, then everybody's kind of got the same mission, and that is to continue to invest. As you guys just talked about, the stars of tomorrow. All right, Williams and Switalski on your right. And that title match will conclude. Our Dexter Elite Open. Big thank you to Dexter. They are the title sponsor of today's event. They're just one of the Elite Youth Tour sponsors. Nice early break there for Tyler Williams. Tyler was leading U18 boys for about, I believe, 4 games, and then Matt Thunberg just kind of turned it on. Other sponsors, H5G, Storm, Turbo, Gail Volschel, of course, Bullstream TV, Fast Track Physio, shout out to Paul Schroeder. The left lane is starting to become the story, unfortunately, here for Dawson Cole. Luke Switalski headed to Mount Mercy University. Assuming Luke will be bowling at Junior Gold. It happens from time to time. Spare game leaves you on a particular lane. And now Van Holven. It's a better shot. That's all you're looking to do now. Keep it in play, make spares. He's pacing, Easton that is, pacing in the 190s. Dawson can strike out for 191. Luke Switalski going to take a re-rack. His parents, Phil and Amy, sung the national anthem this morning. This might be Luke's final Elite Youth Tour event. Yeah, maybe he'll come back and bowl a U23. Oh, my. Wow. Well, not quite over yet. Could be if he makes this thing. Bang. Easton Van Holven. That is how you get it done. That might be my first ever bang call on a spare. But that was worth it. Well, Dawson can put a little bit of pressure on Easton, but he's got to overcome this left lane situation here. Another look here at the split conversion. Very professional-like from young Easton. Now Cole needs them all to apply pressure. Great shot. Again, Dawson can max at 191. We talked about it, of course. You miss a couple spares, you think, yeah, this thing might be over. But as well as Easton has bowled, he's only doubled once. But perhaps the spare of the match in the 9th frame, we'll find out. Gotta have here for Dawson. All right, 9 will do it for Easton Van Holven. We believe is bowling in his first career Elite U Tour. I bet it won't be his last. Van Holven for a title. Bang. Mr. Van Holven, congratulations. Carried himself like a champion all day. Moment of the match, of course, making the 5-7. And then puts the exclamation point down in the title match against Dawson Cole, who was looking to go back-to-back. Dawson won our event last month. I should say, well, it was technically last month, but it was just last weekend. Nicely done. 201 to 180. Great bowling to those two individuals all day long. And now our attention turns to our final match of the day. Tulski with the early advantage.
I wasn't listening to it until you mentioned it. Now I hear it all the time.
I've been hearing it like 5 minutes.
Ping, 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 ping.
Yep, there it is. Back.
What is it? What is a puppet of metal? Oh, that's really annoying.
I know. Thanks for bringing that up.
Do not go away, folks. The Bloomington crew. You'll definitely want to watch Easton receive his trophy. There is always an awards or trophy presentation that follows. We'll have the backdrop out on the lanes, and then Deandra will announce all of those who earned some scholarships today. They will receive awards certificates, etc., and so forth, and of course trophies. Thank you guys for watching as well. Curious for those who are watching on YouTube, what drew you to YouTube as opposed to the EYT Facebook page? And it could just be you guys watch YouTube or you watch bowling content on YouTube all the time. You subscribed, you got the notification, which is great if that's what happened. Eventually, the EYT YouTube channel probably will be the full-time home. Not right now, but the full-time home eventually for EYT Elite Streams. But, of course, the Facebook audience has been there from the beginning. And so we've been testing the simulcast here, these first or the last two events. All right, so Tyler strikes in the fifth. Of course, Luke working on a double. Mom Kelly here in the building. Good shot there, wrap 10. I mentioned Luke headed to Mount Mercy. Tyler has, he'll be heading into his senior year of high school, and of course, college is calling. Now, I said this a while ago, probably a couple years ago when I first saw Tyler up close and in person. But pretty soon, you anticipated that people would be kind of knocking on the old recruiting door for Tyler. Same thing with Luke. Heck, after today, I would be surprised if, assuming Easton is going to bowl junior gold, he will get a couple of knocks on the door with regards to recruiting. Always know there's varying rules depending on what athletic association you're in, NCAA, NAIA, of course USPC Collegiate, with regard to when someone can contact a player without penalty. The loft. A couple of hits on the 7-pin, but he still stands. Look at Tyler's games today. 248, 253, 214, 233, 206, 183. That was his qualifying scorecard. Plus 137, an average of 222.8 as the 4th seed. Luke Switalski was the number 3 seed, 233, 170, 245, 237, 238, 224, plus 147, an average of 224.5. Appreciate that info, YouTube crew. Big loft. Bang. Max score 226. Uh-oh. And trouble here for Switalski. So a big split conversion, of course, late, the 5-7 from Easton Van Holven. And we see more fireworks here on a 4th of July weekend. It's going right, and it's going so far right that Luke does not get any count, which is very rare. And with that, Tyler Williams now in the lead. Nice rebound in the 8th. I love us as bowlers. You know, we come back and we just say so many things to ourselves. Right, but people see our mouths moving. Now, sometimes we can read the lips. Sometimes you actively try not to read the lips of what bowlers might be saying. That was a good shot. Lead changes hands again. Look out. I had to ask Kelly, the last time I saw Tyler, this is probably not accurate, and I'm saying that. But I mentioned this morning, I was wondering, yeah, he'd bowling so well, I was wondering if he was bowling one-handed or two-handed. And I'm curious if he's still kind of making the switcheroo, right? Just, hey, I can, because he can do both. He can bowl one-handed just as well. I am curious, though, if he has made the full-on switch to two hands. Now Switolski can step up in the 9th and 10th. And perhaps in his final EYT, take home a title. Great shot. Oh, that's going to go a long way to get there. Mark here, Switolski going to be a champion. And there it is. Luke Switolski. And what could be his final Elite Youth Tour event. Not for certain. He might come on back and bowl a U23 event every now and then. But Luke, much like someone like Landon Griffin, they bowl a lot of PBA-like regionals. So this could be it for Luke. And what a way to go out on a 50-foot lane condition. It's a good friend, Tyler Williams. Those two were just teammates last week, representing Illinois at the Lake Michigan Cup. .222 for Switolski. Tyler got to look at these bowling balls during his couple of shots of practice. He started with that one and then went to the loft in the purple. 222. 172, and now it is time to officially award championships. full crew of open play competitors who are ready to hit the lanes. Once our presentation is over, they will have that opportunity to do so. Always busy here at Arena Lanes in Oak Lawn, Illinois. Just outside the city limits on the south side of Chicago. Just down the street is St. Xavier University. I understand that J.J. Quigley's headed there. We learned that earlier today. Several local high schools use this facility as a practice center as well. St. Lawrence, Evergreen Park, Brother Rice, Richards. Looks like Marist also. As well as Mother McCauley. Big thanks to Corbin and Steve today. Didn't have the full crew, but they were fantastic along with Jawan. Test photo from Nora. Emily Schmidt gets her last U12 title. She is moving up in divisions. Tristan Wilms, who was the runner-up in U12 today. Love his spirit, love his game. Leah Basevic, today's runner-up. We got some open play.
Okay. How many is this? Where is she? How many? Only a second? Two-time champion now, U15 girls, Kennedy Spears.
Kennedy Spears, U15 girls champion.
It's been a little while, right? Yeah. Welcome back. All right, tying for 5th and 6th of the U15 boys is Lucas Driscoll, Peter Garcia. Congratulations, did they leave? Tying for 3rd and 4th, Easton Taylor, Sebby Better. Congratulations. Oh, Sebby. Well done. You want to come closer? No? You're good? Okay. Second place, U15 boys earning $200 scholarship, Dawson Cole. Congratulations. I think you got taller from last week. The bowling thing. And first time champion in the U15 boys is Easton Van Holten. Is that right? Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, right. Yeah, what did I say? Holten?
First time champ, Easton Van Holben.
You can come closer, Mom. Okay, are you sure? Alright, and then Corbin needs, or you got him? I got him. Okay, perfect. Did she leave? Okay. In the U18 girls, congratulations. 3rd place, Elizabeth Silcox. 2nd place, Missy Jones. I'll get you separate.
Elizabeth Silcox 3rd today in U18 girls. Runner-up today, Macy Jones. Just came back from Junior Team USA camp.
Good luck next week. Thank you. How many? 7-time champion, U18 girls is Sarah Doty.
Sarah Doty already with 7 titles.
Where's the, congrats, just you. Love that jersey. It's your lucky one. U18 boys tying for 9th and 10th place. Josh Williams, Anthony Swanson. 5th through 8th place. Ben Medina, Justin Freeberg. Max Haggerty.
139 and 140. Your orders are ready at the snack shop. 139, 140.
Yeah, you want Anthony's? Tying for third and fourth place, U18 boys, Zach Rothfuss and Jonas Prismalinski. He's not here to tell me how to say it. All right, this one's bittersweet. It's been 9 years since I got to see this guy roll and grow and win and lose. Okay, right now. Oh, Tyler Williams, second place. You're not leaving us, are you? Okay, good. I didn't want to have to say goodbye to you too. Are you? What year are you? Okay, so I got you for another year. This time. Okay, okay. Congrats. Oh, yeah. And, I don't either. We at least get Tyler for another year. This guy I gotta say goodbye to is going to college. Congratulations, Luke Switalski. It's been an honor. Congratulations. Come back and see us. How many? What? Wow, this is the 20th title. 20
Luke Switalski, title number 20.
Oh, okay. All right, don't forget to talk to Corbin and then put motive on your shirt if you'll wear it. Thank you. All right, U23, third place, earning $100. Chloe Side Vega. Did she leave again? And second place, Robert Stretney. We have a new winner. Sorry. And new champion in the U23 division. Congratulations, Thomas McMahon. Did I say that right? Okay. Take your time. Congrats.
Tom McMahon to U23 champion today. I don't think I had seen Tom before. This might have been his first title today as well, first event.
Corbin, did you pay him? We had enough cash. I mean the champions.
Bye bye.
I mean everyone's a champion. The ones that got the shirt. Oh, and you know guys what you know what to do.
All right, champions time.
All right. Yep. Yep. Perfect. Nehemiah. Everybody's wearing pink. Good. All right. We're gonna do We need everybody to be in the backdrop. Do not look at your parent. Look at Nora. Here.
To all of our sponsors. Fast Track Physio, Storm H5G, Turbo, Gail Volschel, and Bullstream TV. Again, thank you to Dexter, today's title sponsor of the Dexter Elite Open. The next event will start the new season, the 2025-2026 season officially. It will be the Storm Elite Challenge, August 16th at Poplar Creek Bowl in Hoffman Estates, Illinois. So make your plans to be there if you have not already. That one is sponsored by Storm, and I understand some very cool representatives from Storm Bowling will be on hand at that event as well. And then, of course, the major of our major events on the schedule, the Elite Youth Tour Battle Royale will take place September 6th and 7th. 2 days of competition. Long, medium, and short. All of those lane patterns will be on display. And we'll have an eliminator, or a finals, excuse me, as well. So those are the 2 upcoming events. Also October 18th at Mardi Gras lanes, and of course November will be at River Rand, November 15th, and the holiday doubles in Bowlapalooza, December 6th and 7th. All right, folks, that's going to do it. Been a pleasure to be here with you as always. Thank you so much for hanging out, both on our Elite Youth Tour Facebook page as well as the EYT YouTube channel. Congrats to all of our champions today. Again, Sarah Doty. Let's start from the top. U12 girls, Emily Schmidt. U12 boys, Nehemiah Kiefer. U15 girls, Kennedy Spears. U15 boys, Easton Van Holven. U18 boys, Luke Swatolski. U18 girls, Sarah Doty. Tom McMahon rounds out our champions today, winning U23. Good luck to all of our athletes who are headed to Junior Gold, USA Bowling, the Youth Open, and all things happening in Green Bay. If you are a fan of the Professional Women's Bowling Association, the PWBA Tour, really cool anniversary open set to take place beginning on Tuesday in Green Bay. I will be there for Bowl TV. I think I'll be around the trade show and somewhere around there for either PWBA or Bowl TV. I might try to stop by the Elite Youth Tour booth as well. So I hope to see some of you this week. I will not be for the full week of Junior Gold. That'll be different for the first time in however many years. Can't do 2 straight weeks in Green Bay with the fam, but I will be there beginning tomorrow and all the way through the following Monday. So if you're at the trade show or somewhere nearby, I hope to see you. Please say hello. Until next time, we say so long for now. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Always a pleasure to be here with you on the Elite Stream, courtesy of Bowl Stream TV. Thanks to our wonderful staff today, Deandra Asbady, Corbin, Nora, Jawan, Steve, Aretha, and everybody in between. Shout out to Megan and Riley, Rochelle, and those who could not be here today. We'll see you all in August for the first event of the new season. Until then, my name is Emil Williams Jr. This has been a presentation of the Dexter Elite Open. You watched it live and only on the Elite Stream, courtesy of Bowl Stream TV.